understand a lot more. I would like to give it maybe about 3 events and about 3 months that you have interacted with an enterprise. Then you will be able to understand what actually works and what doesn't. Unfortunately, the textbooks that we have do not give you knowledge that you can impart to the student with full authority. What works for a 5,000 crore of $500 million enterprise doesn't work for an enterprise which is still looking for its first $100. So the knowledge is very different and the knowledge is extremely customized. That is why probably textbooks don't work as well. So for this customization of knowledge, for you to have that mindset of what might be the changes I need to make, you need to spend time in the entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor.
Thanks, Professor. So, Dr. Rajiv, there are lots of questions, like everybody on this platform actually knows you. Can you please share your email with everyone so that they can connect with you? Unfortunately, we are just running a little bit behind schedule and we've got the whole lineup. So if you can just share your email, because there's lots more questions that's coming through. And, everyone's been waiting for this discussion of yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charmaine. I've just shared my email. I've also shared the website of, sorry, that's the wrong one I did. This is the right one over here. So One on Ventures. This is, have a look at it and see whether you would like to get involved in it. Shaman has been extremely useful in getting a lot of faculty interested in this program and reaching out to us as well. So thank you for your effort. We are looking forward to contributions from the entire ecosystem. This is a collective by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs. So we are very, very hopeful something will work out. So please do reach out to me if you have any of your own questions, or if you want to support this in any way. And also, yes, of course, the students, we are more than happy as well. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Shakti.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv. That was an absolutely insightful session. We actually, everyone in the ecosystem looks forward to your sessions. There's many more events actually happening, and we know you're going to be busy with your own university, but please do spend time with us for our future symposiums, because it's like we have the father of modern marketing. I always say you're the father of entrepreneurship, if I may say so. So thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv Roy, Professor at XLRI University, India. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shamin. It was a pleasure. And I really enjoyed being part of this. Wishing you all the best for the upcoming 3 days.
Thank you so much, sir. So as we swiftly move along to our first panel session of the day, I now hand over to our new session chair. He is Dr. Yogesh Mehta. If we can just put up Dr. Yogesh's slide, please. Okay, so our next session chair is Dr. Yogesh Mehta. He's a professor at SGT University, India. So over to you, Dr. Yogesh Mehta, and for your first session or plenary session for our day one of the Global Entrepreneurship Educators Symposium 2024, Jakarta, Indonesia. Take it away, sir.
Good morning, and first of all, I'd like to thank to Prodomore University Entrepreneurship Hub and the chairman Gagan, especially. Reason being, she has given me a chance to share the first session after the inauguration. It was very kind, and it was my pleasure to introduce mainly the 4 speakers for the first plenary session. So I would like the coordinator to please share the first speaker's slide. I'm waiting for the slide for the first speaker.
Dini, is the slide coming off of Professor K?
Sorry.
Meanwhile, I'm just
Can
going
I
to introduce the topic.
Sorry. Can I share it when I'm out, when I'm online?
Yes, sir. You can
Yes,
get your
yes, yes, sir.
presentation ready to share. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Khairuddin Samsuddin. And the topic he is going to cover today is the education. This entrepreneurship education is disruptive global landscape. The significance of entrepreneurship education in a disruptive global landscape. Welcome, Professor. Please start your session.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh. Hang on. Okay, can everyone see my slide?
We are able to see your slide. Please.
All right, okay, let me quickly move on. Actually, I have lots of slides, but I just want to move in. See, I have so many slides, okay? These are my favorite. Normally, when I start speaking, I will ask people, okay, look at the diagrams. Okay, which one, what is the one, which diagram that it relates to you best, okay? Whether you have you like the square, whether you like the triangle, whether you are a circle fellow, you are a rectangle, or you're a what do you call squeegee, zigzag. So once you have chosen, okay, then I'll show you what it means.
Circle.
If you're a square, means you're a hard worker. If you're a triangle, means you're a leader. If you have chosen rectangle, means you're sick of being a square and reaching upwards like a triangle. You're excited, unpredictable, excellent student. And less frozen than other students, team player, thinks well and okay. If you've chosen a circle, you like harmony, fun, nurturing, caretaker, love people with problems so that you can help solve their problem. And if you're a scribble, if you have chosen this one, that means you're open-ended, most creative, highly conceptual, broad ideas. Ask what if, a lot, future-oriented, not a detailed person, has lots of ideas, both good and bad, good troubleshooter, and you have a short attention span. I like this one, short attention span, because this describes all the millennials and the younger generation today. If you say something to them, the most they will listen to you is 3 seconds. They say, yeah, and then they forget about it and then go away. So you don't bore them with a lot of details. Okay, let me move on. Okay, forget about this VUCA, Viagra, Uda, okay. Okay. I will move straight to entrepreneurship education. Okay, it refers to a set of formalized teachings that informs, trains, and educates anyone to promote entrepreneurship awareness, business creation, or small business development. Okay, what does entrepreneurship study? Entrepreneurial studies gives you the tools you need to start or expand a business, manage a small business, lead innovation efforts in a corporate environment, or become an effective manager in a fast-growing enterprise. Okay, next, what do you mean by entrepreneurship? Okay, it's when an individual who has an idea acts on that idea, usually to disrupt the current market with a new product or service. Okay. Entrepreneurship usually starts as a small business, but the long-term vision is much greater, to seek high profits and capture market share with an innovative new idea. Okay. And then what are the 4 types of entrepreneurship? As you start a business and then work to build your startup, often you will hear about the 4 types of entrepreneurship. Okay. Small business entrepreneurship, scalable startup entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and large company entrepreneurship. Okay, now, what is entrepreneurship versus business? Businessmen, I put that in green, okay, run their business for the primary purpose of making profits. Entrepreneurs, you, okay, if you want to be an entrepreneur, intend to make profits, but with the purpose of making a difference. two important things, most of them, okay, when they become an entrepreneur. They want to change the world by addressing a problem, some. And some are passionate about providing unique solutions for problems in their community. So this is generally what is the difference are between entrepreneurship and business. Oh, that's it. I am done. I am done with my presentation. Shaman, that's it. Short and sweet. I don't want to bore people. Okay. Any question? Any violent objections?
It was very short presentation from Professor Karuddin. So, but looking to the landscape, the significance of this entrepreneurship landscape, we also required some more insight from your side regarding that how you basically inculcate this entrepreneurship among your students, entrepreneurship skills among your students.
Well, we'll give them a small project. When I have the entrepreneurship in my class, what they do at the start of the class, I will ask them to choose a project that is close to their heart, form a group, maybe 3 or 4 people, and then work on it. And it'll be interesting that some of them actually develop on it. You know, the small entrepreneurship idea became a business idea, and then later on, when I call them after a few years, you know, after leaving the university, some of them are actually doing it. That's to share you my own experience. What do you call with teaching entrepreneurship to my students. Prof, you there?
Professor, one more question. It means that what motivates you to be a part of this entrepreneurship education?
Well, it's not by choice actually. It's by chance. I'm actually basically a strategic management professor. I teach a lot of strategic management to the BBAs, the MBAs, and the DBAs. So that is my core area actually. But somewhere along the way, you know, some universities asked me to teach entrepreneurship, and I grew and I learned with them. Only thing is, I didn't become an entrepreneur myself. I teach entrepreneurship, right, to share you my real life experience. Prof, did I satisfy your question?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Karuddin. I will request rest of the participants, if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Just to share with the audience, while I was teaching, I have been, but the last 4, before I retired, the 4 decades, I was in corporate. So I actually I set up, what do you call, a company, you know, and did everything that I need to do to start it at the beginning, because it's a long history. But along the way, the entrepreneurship comes naturally. You start the company, you register the company, and then you think about the business, you do the strategic planning and today that company is still around, and it's one of the, what do you call, how do I say this? One of those public listed companies in Malaysia, in the country. If you look back at the history, you'll notice that I was the first corporate or company secretary that registered that company, build a team, about 313 students, employees who joined us, me and my boss, the CEO. And we actually groomed it, you know, and did it using the entrepreneurial approach, and it became a public listed company. I was the one who registered it and who applied for it, just to share with you. So I'm not just talking from the theoretical standpoint, but I was actually doing it. Yeah. Okay, guys, back to Charmaine.
Thank you, Professor. So, thanks for your insights regarding this entrepreneurship education. Now, we have a next speaker, and that is Dr. Nilam Saks. Now we know that for the effective entrepreneurship, education goes beyond traditional teaching methods. This session will delve into innovative pedagogies that blend experiential learning, case studies, simulation, and mentorship. By emphasizing problem solving, real world applications, and the development of a growth mindset, these approaches prepare students to successfully launch and manage ventures, bridging the gap between theory and please note.
You're breaking up, Dr. Yogesh.
Please. Yeah.
Okay, I think Dr. Yogesh has got some technical issue. So to move on to our next speaker, we have got Dr. Neelam Saxena, Dean Academics, India. Over to you, Dr. Neelam.
Dr. Neelam Saxena has stepped out for a little bit. So if you can just give me 1 minute, like I'll just call her.
Okay,
She
sure.
just stepped out for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a moment, I thought you were Dr. Nilam.
No. So, I'm helping her out. So yeah, she just stepped out for a little bit. Yeah. So she'll be back. She'll be back in just a minute. Yeah.
Chairman,
Sorry
I'm
about that.
audible. Chairman, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Doc.
Yes, Dr. Yogesh, we can hear you now. You broke off for a while, but we can hear you now.
I introduce her topic. Neelam madam, are you there?
We're still waiting for Dr. Nilam.
Okay, so Dr. Neelam is not joining. Is she here?
Hi.
Oh.
Yeah. So Dr. Neelam is about to come in a minute. So what she said was like, I'm Dr. Arvind Deshmukh. So I am a colleague of Dr. Neelam. So she said like she's going to be coming in a minute. So I can start on her behalf if it is okay with you. And then she will join us. Will that be all right?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Arvind Deshmukh, and I'm a colleague of Dr. Neelam Saxena. So due to so she had to step out for a little bit, so she will be coming. So I am like filling in on her behalf. All right. So where is the presentation? Okay. So basically, entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is so it is very so today what is happening is like there is a transition that is rapidly taking place, and it is very important. It has become very important that today's businesses have to make sure that their employees have that entrepreneurial spirit in them, have that entrepreneurial spirit. I'm sorry, I just lost the track of my presentation. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment.
Hi, Dr. Jonathan. How are you? It's Charmaine. You are muted, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. So is my screen visible? The screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Is
Yes,
my voice coming through?
your voice and your screen are both visible.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So this is Dr. Neelam's presentation, and today, like, we are going to be discussing about entrepreneurship education pedagogies, like what are the best practices in entrepreneurial education that can be applied so that entrepreneurial education can become more resilient. It can become more profound. So what we're going to be discussing today is that why entrepreneurship is an important aspect. Why entrepreneurship is an important aspect, not just in education, but also in terms of developing an entrepreneurial spirit. We will also be discussing about the entrepreneurial education process. We'll be discussing how wealth is created. So, like, what are the different ways in which wealth is created? And finally, like, we'll be coming down that how we as educators can come up with more creative and educative pedagogies to make sure that our entrepreneurship education is serving its purpose. It is doing what it is supposed to be doing. Okay. Okay, so right now what is happening is that we are going through a we are going through a job shift. We are going through a job shift. So today's businesses organizations are rapidly being transformed from a structural build on jobs to, to working on the field. So yeah, so it is very important for us that we have to consider the changing job scenarios, like the job scenarios which are changing. It is very important for us to consider that now it is not the typical scenario anymore. Like, the things have changed rapidly, and it is very important that we as educators make sure that our students are also are also changing with the are also changing with the changing times. So that is why it is very important for us to develop that entrepreneurial spirit in us. So we have two areas. Like, we have our talents and we have our skills. Talent is something that is inborn in us, and skill is something that we develop over a period of time. Skill is something that we develop over a period of time. So our employability depends upon both talents and skills, but between talents and skills, like, skills is more important. So it is very important that employees have to come out of that employee mindset and have to start thinking holistically. They have to start thinking holistically. They have to start thinking in a 360 manner. And for that, it is very important that they have to develop that entrepreneurial spirit in them. How they can develop that entrepreneurial spirit in them? This is something that is going to be the agenda of today's talk. Okay. Okay. So today, when we take a look at the potential job situations in the market, people who are looking for products and services, and the jobs which are available, people who are looking in the potential, yeah, people who are looking at the potential jobs in markets. So the future plan is to develop like a strong career. So it's okay. So Dr. Neelam is here. I will pass it on to her.
Very sorry for the late coming in. There is a job shift. Always, as the technology changes, we keep on shifting on the jobs. So we have to learn
No
to
issue,
looking
no
at
issue.
the.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, sir, I'm sorry. We are having some NAC inspection going on, and I was busy over there being a director over here.
No, madam. We know there are a number of parallel activities that are going on in the institution. So please don't be hesitant about.
Would you like
saying
me to
anything.
start from
Please start
start?
your presentation. Yeah. You please start from your scratch from the first slide, and we just like to listen your valuable and your experiences.
Okay.
Listen, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizing team and Jakarta team for giving me this opportunity. I'm Professor Neelam Saxena. I have some 30 odd years of experience in working in academia industry, and I've been an entrepreneurship educator since 2004 and 5. So my presentation, as the topic says, is on entrepreneurship education pedagogies, which needs to be developed in higher education. So why do we need entrepreneurship? What is an entrepreneurship education process? And how's wealth created? And then we'll be talking about the entrepreneurship pedagogies and the way forward associated with it. And if you see, today's business organization is being transformed from a structure built on jobs to different areas where we are going to be shifting the new work arrangement, working from home, working 24/7 with the part-time, temporary, team responsibility, contract work. Such arrangements have been made so that the productivity needs to be an immediate but a changing situation. Why do we need that? COVID has taught us how easy it is to access the workplace even remotely. And as a consequence to it, we are shifting to a workplace where jobs are not of permanent nature. They can be just a piecework. So your employability depends upon the skill sets which you have or the attitudes that are needed and the attributes which are needed in a person in your industry. And you, as an employee, have to start thinking that you are an external vendor who has been hired to accomplish the specific task. And we will need to live in a high level of uncertainty so that we are able to change not only our work, but also our profile and find our own security mentally. Every time, you get a layoff or you are asked to reduce down your working hours or you are asked to increase your working hours, you need to adapt mentally and emotionally to perform well. And as a result, you need to learn to look at all the potential work situation as a market and people who are looking for products and services, even though they have no jobs available. In future, we are always going to not have a career plan, but we will have a business plan for your own enterprise, and that is you. So personally, you are. Basically, entrepreneurship is something like this. All the balls which you capture are opportunities. The rest all are there. So opportunities are all across the ecosystem, and you have to. So, is it a risk or an opportunity to have an enterprise? Only 1 out of 7 of those business that disappear actually fails. And those who have actually failed get converted into, 53% gets to be the owners of another business, or 73.2% say that they plan to start their own businesses. And the reasons why these businesses disappear is because they are sold to someone else, someone has retired or closed the doors, or have found a better business idea, or invented a different product, or moved the business to another state of the country and preferred to work for someone else instead. Actually failed or went bankrupt is also one of the major reasons why business disappears. And the market for this type of business disappeared, became too competitive. So, having all these reasons, uh, an entrepreneurial mindset gets to be uh, the one which survives the toughest time. So, if you miss an opportunity, it might be that there is a bigger or a opportunity or a failure which you are missing. So the risk which any entrepreneur takes makes them behave differently, because they have to organize their work, because they have not only to organize their work but also manage, bring in an economic change, have a market success, and handle diverse activity at the same time. They behave erratically and work for longer hours, and they all have open to change as a necessity, and they're always on an outlook for a next better idea so that they can capture the opportunity and take a risk. So that makes you understand how is wealth created. Wealth is created by investing surplus savings, or it can be by harnessing value. The value is, what is value? Value is what the customers are ready to pay. And it means that when we are putting production together, innovation and creativity are to be inbuilt in your product. So produce something which the customer is wanting. Have a customer centric product design, and they will be there. Now, because the technology is always changing, you need to keep abreast with the technology, otherwise you will get obsolete. And hence, those industries of late used to have the same business idea, and they would work for 50 years and harness money out of it, or wealth out of it. Then came the next gen, where only 30 years or 20 years became the shelf life of an industry. Now the industry's shelf life or an enterprise shelf life is only 5 years. This 5 years gets to be too less as the technology keeps on coming and changing the market. Entrepreneurs need to understand and change and evolve. So entrepreneurship is basically living few years of your life which you can harness for future. And there is a reality that nobody wants or nobody waits for you. We have too much of everything, and we have too much of choice, and we are bombarded by advertising and commercials all across. So nobody wants. So how do you make a product which an ecosystem or a customer desires? So hence comes in the entrepreneurship education and the entrepreneurship education process. It is nothing by chance. There are certain factors and conditions which make an entrepreneur push or get pulled into an enterprise making. And once they make into this enterprise, the firm strategy and the structure and the rivalry starts taking place. There are certain demand conditions which are related. And government is also promoting few areas, few domains where you would be interested to take in or join in and form a supporting industry to take one sector above. This dynamic interaction in all these factors give rise to the reason of entrepreneurship education process. How do I teach entrepreneurship in higher education? It has to be experiential, because can entrepreneurship be taught? No, it cannot be. But I can teach everything except for the risk taking. because whoever takes the risk gets the benefit of that risk, either the advantage or the failure associated with it. So there is a systematic way of entrepreneurship pedagogies, which in higher education can be used. First gets to be cognitive and analytical skills. I need to imbibe in my students cognitive and analytical skills, which can be done by motivating and attention and retention of the awareness of entrepreneurship as a course of action. So how do I motivate? I can motivate through e-talks, the making entrepreneurs come and talk, share their journey, share their sessions, have panel discussions on the opportunities available in the sectors, in the manufacturing, have core relevant subject being told to the students, have a teaser type of activities which excite the students towards entrepreneurship, have a 50 rupee game plan, or have no idea is a bad idea type of activity in the classroom. Then give them the options which are available for financing and startup, or where are the sources of funds. And you can have them what are the sessions on what are the challenges for a new startup. This type of activities, keep on exciting the student and motivating the student. Excite, motivate, attend, and retain. These are the things which you need to continue taking. Then from there, you go in for making a idea, which is scanning the environment, have idea generation, have opportunity evaluation workshops, have business simulation games, and then you continue it with the lecture series, have innovation and creativity into the system included, have theory of management being told, do business modeling, do value proposition modeling, do blue ocean strategy or golden Simon circle, so that you can be giving them the theoretical as well as practical thing. Then the last part of entrepreneurial education goes into skills and making entrepreneurial effectiveness, that is giving them a practical knowledge. So you can have business plan competition, you can have mentoring, and Mandi Bazaar type of an activity, or an hearth type of a activity, where the real and finally the real world experience will be there, where you can put them into a summer startup or an incubation sector, or launch a student venture mentoring program, or have an incubation in the campus. So these are the pedagogies which can be taken up at any instant of time in higher education to motivate students into entrepreneurial education process. Thank you.
Madam, it was a very nice presentation from your side. I just wanted to know from your experience that which pedagogy you feel that it is more suited for the younger student, those who are coming for the management education.
Sir, the pedagogy which I use is mostly experiential, where I give them templates and ask them for an idea generation, and then take them towards value proposition modeling, which is again hands-on, where they have to think. I can show you a template if you want. See here, can you see this? Here's the template.
Yeah.
You give
Yes.
it in the
Yes.
form of a workbook, so they can keep
Yes.
on. You have just told them this is the theory which goes into it, and here is the practical which can be used. So they
Any
keep
other
on working
suggestions?
on their idea.
Any other suggestions, Leela Madam? Reason being, you have more than 20 years of entrepreneurship education.
Yes,
So,
yes.
any suggestions which you like to share with our esteemed faculty members, those who are in this particular system?
See, the first thing is exciting them and treating students that no idea is a bad idea. All ideas are workable ideas. It is how you make it customer centric and how you make them generate revenue That gets to be important because that's the place where all the startup gets stuck up and they are not able to take it forward. So revenue generation streams out of the idea, not only one, but you should have 2 or 3 more ways of analyzing where you can generate income from your idea.
What I observe, Neela madam, when I encourage the students that you should go and be a job creator rather than the job seekers, so most of the times I am getting the answer. So maybe the question from the student side that, what about funds? We have no money. And how you are saying that you can be a job creator? What is your opinion?
See, nowadays, funds are no issues all across the globe. Entrepreneurial ecosystem has really been developed in a manner which is which access to grants is given. Not only grants, you really don't need funds. First, unless you have your own investment, you cannot ask any angel investor to invest into your idea. First is the family. 4 F's, I say: family, friends, and fools. These are the people. Fools because they believe in your idea. So first thing is, and father-in-laws. These 4 people will always, if they support your idea, you will get the fund. Otherwise, funding gets to be difficult because your own ecosystem people are not believing in your idea. So how can the government or anyone else, in any other investor, believe in your idea? So
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. It was very nice experiences which you shared with us.
thank you.
So I've got a question for Dr. Neelam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Neelam. Thank you
Hi.
so much. Hi. So I just want to ask you a question. You just spoke now about funding is actually easy. So I'm in South Africa, and funding is one of our biggest issues here. So how does one developing nation or a few developing nations, on the Asia part can do so well, and we here on the continent are actually struggling? So what would your advice be for us, people like us on the African continent, where we struggle? We really struggle for funding. Our students, even our studentpreneurs on campuses, they will come in, they will start the program midway talking about funding. They leave the program. So what would your advice be for students who lack funding, and for institutions who really struggle with assisting students with funding?
There can be three-pronged approach which any student can take. If the idea is developed, go in for a business plan competition where you get incubation and you get funds for your startup. So the first action plan can be look for national and international business plan competitions. If your idea is very good, you will be picked up and taken forward. The second way the campuses can do is have an incubation center funded by your government of Africa, so which is going to promote the startup ecosystem in the country. Third is the ministry, the specific ministry which is there. It can be a textile ministry, it can be a food ministry, or it can be infrastructure ministry, who are looking for solutions to bring in or better their ecosystem. They will be ready to fund your businesses. So the idea has to be good. And initially, every startup should think that 30%, whatever they have, till prototype, they have to struggle and make their own product. Because unless your family, your friends, your parents don't believe in your idea, nobody else will. And that's the start. And that's why it said, 4 F's needs to be persuaded first to fund you.
Awesome.
I hope
Thank-
I satisfy you, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Neelam. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Right. And thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Neelam madam. Thank you for your great insights regarding the different pedagogies which you use for, we can say that enhancing the entrepreneurial skills among the students. Thank you. Thanks once again. And now I would like to invite the next guest speaker. The next guest speaker is the Jonathan Gultom. He's a lecturer at the Prodomoro University. Welcome, sir. And we are very keen to listen you regarding how and what kind of entrepreneurship vocational schools we can develop in any of the, we can say, the developing nations. Thanks. Please start, Yusuf.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and your presentation is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Gultom. I am a lecturer of entrepreneurship program in Podomoro University, and I'm also a consultant for a business. I am honored to have the opportunity to share my project and action research on this symposium today. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for bringing together such a diverse and knowledgeable group of individuals. Thank you very much. My presentation is titled Developing Entrepreneurial Teaching Factory in Vocational School. Okay. The background, first, Indonesian government set 3 main graduates profile as the goals of vocational schools in Indonesia. First, to become entrepreneurs, individual who can create and manage their own businesses. And then the skilled worker, professional equipped with the necessary technical skills to excel the various industries. And the third is higher education, or students who are prepared for further academic pursuit. To achieve these goals, vocational schools have adopted a teaching factory, or we call it TEWA. This is an innovative education system that integrates practical real-world operation into school environment, allowing students to gain their hands-on experience and develop entrepreneurial skills. However, the development of TEWA is not without its challenge. Many schools face significant obstacles because this is very new for them. This including the lack of entrepreneurial mindset. Both educators and students often lack the entrepreneurial mindset that are needed to drive the TEWA initiatives, and then limited knowledge, business knowledge. There is a shortage of expertise in business management, entrepreneurial practice within the school. And then the orientations, mostly the school have the product oriented, not customer oriented, and also traditionally oriented toward academic instruction rather than the practical of business. In 2023, consortium of 10 big companies in Indonesia recognized these challenges and took action. They initiate a program involving 7 vocational schools of an initial stage to support government goals for vocational education. They involve me, they engage me to design the program and to develop the program, and finally we do the research to evaluate the program. These 10 companies provide facilities, entrepreneurship training. I conduct the entrepreneurship training, and 6-month coaching to help establishment of TEFA in each schools. And I also conduct the coaching for the 7 TEFA. To evaluate this effectiveness of this program, action research was conducted. The primary focus on this research was to identify how the provided training and 6-month coaching improve the ability of vocational school to develop and sustain TEFA. So this is the research, and I present it for you today. Before we go further, I would like to share the definition of teaching factory. According to Diwang, Koro, and Sunarto, a teaching factory is an educational system grounded in industry practice, using a production unit to conduct businesses or production activities. The primary focus of developing teaching factory lies in establishing management structures, carrying out production process, implementing business strategy, and conducting evaluation. Basically, TEFA is a business owned and run by the school. So it is very important to improve their entrepreneurship ability to establish a teaching factory and to maintain it day by day. My research question is, how do entrepreneurship training and 6-month coaching support TEFA establishment in vocational schools? Then this is the goals to evaluate the improvement of the entrepreneurial mindset of the TEFA management, to evaluate the improvement of the confidence of the TEFA management, to evaluate the improvement of the business capacity of the TEFA management. This is how we run the program. First, we do the baseline pre-intervention research. Basically, this baseline is to map to do the mapping of the real condition of the existing condition. So based on this research baseline, we develop the curriculum. So basically, this curriculum is super customized. We try to address every challenges we found in baseline research. Then we conduct the training. This is a two full day trainings for the school for the participants, and we do the coaching for 6 months for each schools. This is a one-on-one coaching. So I do 2 meetings each month for each schools. It's quite tiring, but I'm happy to do it. And finally, we have to measure the impact. We do the impact assessment as for the improvement for the next program. This is the beneficiaries profile. We have 35 teachers as participants, all of them without business educational background, and most of them without any business experience before. The 35 teachers come from 7 vocational schools in Central Java province in Indonesia. And we have a various type of TEFA. It is hospitality, traditional performance, building and construction, home care service, senior care, herbal products, industrial product. Can you imagine we have to develop a TEFA, or we can say we have to develop a business for traditional performance, and we also have to develop a business for TEFA who produce the industrial product. It's a totally different industry, but we can cover it with 6 months coaching. Our baseline assessment result is, first, we identify that there are lack of entrepreneurial mindset for the entrepreneurs as for the participants, and then lack of business skills and knowledge, and lack of confidence. Most of them believe that they will never they will be able to establish the TEFA, or they won't be able to run the TEFA. And then this is very common in every vocational school. They always product oriented, not human centric. So they always teach the students how to create the best product, not how to solve the customers or the human problem. So this is the challenges we face. We have to change the mindset from the product oriented to become a human centric, to develop their entrepreneurial mindset. Based on our result, our assessment, we develop a curriculum. We use this three approach for our training. The first, the training should be human centric. We have to encourage the participant to be human centric. They have to think about the human first, then the product, not the product first, then the human. Okay, and then the curriculum should be iterative process. It should be iterative effectuation. So we encourage them to try, and we evaluate, and they can revise the product, they can revise the method, and they can do and redo everything. And the third is it should be action based. So in this training, we ask the participant, we ask the TEFA to do the action, to execute what they plan. This is very important because without do the action, without executing the plan, basically they can learn nothing about or they cannot get anything from the customer. So at the end, they will never be able to serve the customers. So this is a very, very important. This is the coaching cycles. First, we do the baseline training, 2 full days baseline training. Then we continue with 6 cycles. It is in 6 months, 6 cycles of coaching. So every cycles of coaching, we deliver the knowledge. Then we ask the participant to do the homework, their homework, to do the action, and finally we do the reflection. The reflection is for the evaluation, and we go to the next coaching cycles in the next month, and we do the same cycles, and finally in the next 6 months we have done a lot of activities, and we push the participant to do a lot of things, to do the action, to execute something. To make it more structured, we develop a book. This is the TEFA action book. This action book basically a step-by-step method, step-by-step action that they have to conduct, and based on this book, we will do the reflection, and we will improve every cycle. Our baseline training topics is there are 8 topics in our baseline training. First is entrepreneurial mindsets, because we believe it is very, very important, entrepreneurial mindset. We have to change their mindset from the product-oriented mindset to become a human-centric mindset. The second one is design thinking. We emphasize the importance of empathy for the customers. The third topic is market discovery. This is the first step of developing a business. So know your market first, then produce your product. Not produce your product and find your market. This is this topics very, very important because it will change their mindset. They produce the product based on their customers' needs. And the fourth is the value creation, how we see the value of customer and how we translate the value of customers into the innovation in the topic 5. So based on the customer needs, they create the innovation of the product. I always say to the participant, don't come to the industry where you can you can deliver the same product. You have to have a different product with the industry. And the topic 6 is about business model. Topic 7 is building an entrepreneurial class, because they have to teach the entrepreneurship in their schools. So how to develop an entrepreneurial class so they can deliver the material better. And the topic 8 is about lean TEFA, because this is most of the TEFA is less than 6 months. I encourage them to create the lean TEFA, not a big TEFA. It's a small and lean TEFA. This is the process of coaching. Coaching 1, we deliver, the topic is segmentation, customers problem, positioning. Coaching 2 is value proposition, innovation, market validation, business model. Coaching 3 is about branding, packaging, marketing plan, marketing tools. Coaching 4, digital marketing, specifically about digital marketing. Coaching 5, financial planning, financial report. And coaching 6 is strategic planning, because they have to plan their own TEFA for the next years. And what about the result? I'm quite happy for the result. We conduct a survey from the participant, and there are 10 questions about the entrepreneurial mindset that can assess our impact, that can assess our achievement. The first is, I am confident in managing TEFA, and then I am a customer oriented rather than product oriented. I always I always try to innovate, whether in creating products or other processes. I am confident that TEFA will succeed. I am quite tough in building TEFA. I am right person to manage TEFA. I have good financial management skill. I have good marketing skills. I have good managerial skills. I have good business skill. And the results makes me happy because there are improvement based on scale 1 to 10 or 0 to 10. The average is about 2. There are 2-point improvement, but we also have to measure, is it significant? So I run the statistical significant differences. We use the ANOVA, and the results are all aspects significantly changing. So this all aspect significantly improve after the program. So what's the lesson learned? First, the entrepreneurial mindset is decisive. The second, entrepreneurial training is not enough. I believe entrepreneurial training is not enough. It should be followed with continuous coaching and assistance, because beneficiaries can discuss the real circumstance they face when they engage with the continuous coaching. And the third is, it should be action oriented, especially when we face the participant who never been engaged with the business activities. And the fourth is it should be iterative process. This is not a linear process. They can make mistakes, but they have to improve their mistakes. They have to do the cycle again, and finally they will learn the process, because the real business basically is an iterative process. The conclusion is, training and coaching significantly improve the entrepreneurial mindset of the TEFA management, improve the confidence of the TEFA management, improve the business capacity of TEFA management. I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Jonathan, sir, you have a nice presentation, and it was like to see that you all actually the performance when I see your statistical test, ANOVA. See, it means somebody is really very keen about to what kind of effectiveness the program is. Okay, I just wanted to know the one question from your side, that what basic or what technical challenges you face while you are onboarding the participants for your program.
Okay. So I facing actually a lot of challenges. The very big challenge is to change the mindset. Changing the mindset of a teacher who have teaching for maybe 10 to 20 years and become and ask them to think like an entrepreneur. It's very, very difficult, and it takes a lot of times. This is not a short-term game. This is a long-term game. That's why I conduct this program in 6 months. That's the main challenge I have. The second challenge is some of them is came from the public vocational school, where the teachers should follow a certain regulation. So it is very hard for them to change their mindset while they are within the frame of a certain regulation. But and the other challenge is about delivering, because we have to go to the site, and we deliver everything in the site. It's basically just a small challenge that I have. That's my answer.
Thank
I hope
you.
it answer.
I 100% you satisfied me. Your answers were very logically framed. Just thanks once again you. And I just like to
Thank you.
invite the next speaker for this particular session. Please share her screen. I got a
Thank you very
message
much.
that Professor Dr. Leena Kohli is going to be the next speaker for this particular session. So I invite Leena Kohli.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Thank you, madam. I welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. And let me start by introducing myself. I'm Leena Khoury, a professional trainer and a career coach. For most important, I'm an entrepreneurial mentor for startups during the phase of pre-incubation. We can say the preparation and the pitching and the ideation. This is why I'm here today. I want to thank so much Dr. Shorman for this kind invitation. It's actually a pleasure that I'm here with you, with all your honor experiences. Actually, I'm benefiting so much. So thank you so much for this kind invitation. And let's get started with the presentation of prepared for you. Just give me a sec to share my screen and to get started. Okay. Okay. Less than 1 second and I'll be there. Here we go. Okay. Now you can see my screen, isn't it?
There we go. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, so for today, I've chosen a very special topic actually to me, which is the strategic analysis and how does it contribute to success. So let me start by asking you, if you please, to answer through the chat or even through the mic, what makes any startup fail from your own point of view? Why do startups fail? We actually know that most of startups fail within the first year to maximum 5 years. 90% of startups fail. So what are the reasons behind this failure?
Most of the times the lack of fund, and the second point we say lack of mindset.
Exactly, it's the most known reasons. Yes, I totally agree. Thank you, doctor. I totally agree that the most reasonable and the most known reasons are actually either the financial deficiency that happens during the first to the fifth year. And then finally, the market I've chosen since day one, a market that doesn't collaborate with my idea, either by choosing a wrong customer or by choosing the wrong product to deliver, or by many reasons, political changes and etc., that might cause the deficiency within a specific market. And this would lead to no sustainability. And this is actually the problem. This is why I've chosen to think about it in a different way. What can we say if we just tackle the problem of planning? I think that most of the problems come from this part, the planning. Either I plan financially wrong, either I choose my market in a wrong way, which is a financial thing, either like the previous speakers were talking about, choosing the wrong customer. I didn't go for a customer-centric approach, which would make me fail at any point. This is why I tackle strategy. And strategy is most known for the vision and the mission and the values, and then the environmental analysis. But before getting deep to talk about strategy, what is the real meaning of strategy? Why would we talk about strategy? Do you want to participate? Okay. Then strategy at the end of the day is the long-term plan or the roadmap I create to reach out my goals. And here is one of the major problems I can see throughout my experience during the ideation phase, especially during the ideation and pitching phase for any startup. We are very, very centric to reach out a very perfect pitch for the finance, for the investors, and we lack the part of what's next, how you're going to reach the sustainability. And it's always a how, not where. Actually, most of startups are going to tell you, and after 3 years, I'm going to be creating a new market plan to reach out this era in the world. Yes, but how? Why isn't it planned since day one? And I can see that the planning lacks the most important part during the ideation phase. It's extremely nice to have an idea. It's extremely great to design it using the design thinking way, just to reach out the perfect customer and empathize with my customer till giving them the perfect product they really need. But at the end of the day, without a real vision, this won't last. Nowadays, change is really the most constant thing along the day. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this. Okay. What about now? Is it clear for you, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
it is clear.
Thank you. So I was talking about the change. Change nowadays, it's really the constant thing. The customer is changing, the tastes are changing, and even the trends with technology are super changing, which would lead to a changing market. So if I'm not really very well prepared since day one, I wouldn't reach even the very first goal I've done. Because nowadays, even my goals are totally depending on the market and third parties, which might be from governmental changes, from economic changes, from even worldwide changes due to economics and politics. So how would we diminish all those factors just to put in consideration the customer, which is the most important part? I totally agree. But next, after delighting my customer and after serving the customer on the best manner, how would this remain my ongoing roadmap? How wouldn't we leave this apart after the first or the second year at maximum? This is why I totally fall in love with strategy. The strategic planning gives us the real way to reach out our plans or our goals. Whenever we come to a very young entrepreneur, I can say, and we are asking them about vision, they might be saying to achieve 110 millions. Okay, I totally understand that it's awesome to reach out this financial profit. How would you reach it? This is the first question. After reaching it, what will you do? And then it's important, extremely important, to guide them, from my own point of view, to vision, not goal setting, because goal setting is a very, very minimal part from the strategic planning. The strategy starts with a vision, a very big vision that would take up to 10 years to be on real ground. So this is my point one. After having the vision, it's occasionally perfect to divide it into small missions, and those missions would include the goals that would lead to action plans that would bring me to the start date. So it's always my point of view to start in a backward setting. I start from where do I want to become in 10 years, then I'm gonna start it from now through planning. Even the values, like Dr. Nilam previously said, values are extremely important to be really, really clear within the setup of any startup. Actually, we take values like, I like integrity, I like communication, yes, this is extremely nice, but can you lead those values to your startup setting? Does it really matter for you? Or you're just preparing a very cute paragraph for your pitch deck with the vision and the mission and values without knowing the real meaning of how this would take place on real ground till reaching them. It's not like the paragraph I write to delight the fundraisers. No, it's the paragraph I write to delight myself, but in 10 years. This is why I totally consider that vision, mission, and values as the strategy or the milestone, the first thing that would contribute in reaching my milestones. This is why I always go for environmental analysis, as being the first duty for any entrepreneur. Yes, it's importantly to start as per the book. I'm going to start by knowing my customer. I'm going to start by my BMC. But before finalizing your idea, please go and check the environmental analysis you need to go for. This is why I'm going to take you through a very, very short journey about this environmental analysis. Whenever we are talking about environmental analysis, we have mainly two pillars. I'm going external, outside my startup, and internally inside my startup. So let's have some insights about the tools to use for external environmental analysis and then for internal environmental analysis. And actually, this is just to make sure I'm going to reach my vision. So if we are going to set it in a plan or a step set, so we are going to start by the ideation phase, which is perfectly the same way. And then we are going to make our strategy just to make sure that we are going to pitch or not to pitch. So this is the step I want to add on the process. Just, yes, start the ideation, but do not go for pitching without having a very strong strategy. And this strategy has to be guided by the environmental analysis from my point of view. So let's start by the first tool I choose for the external environmental analysis, which is Pestel. Pestel is an extremely good tool I can use to make sure that all the pillars and factors that might affect my organization, really outside the organization, outside the startup, it's really far away. It's all the political things that might affect. If there are wars, if there are changes, if there are any kind of problems along the politics on the world, and here we are talking about sustainability, then I cannot just start a startup to keep it in Egypt or in Greece for my site. No, if I want to start a startup, I'm looking forward to the world setup. So it's extremely important to check out that all those factors are really giving me green lines to move forward. This is why politics and economic, social and sociological, environmental and legal setup, or those factors together, would enlighten me if I'm wrong in anything that I've done during my ideation process. So it's extremely important, not only for the internal setup, that I need to make sure that, for example, the regulations inside Egypt are working good with my idea, but as well, if I'm gonna extend in 2 years to reach Indonesia, for example, there are any legal contribution or regulation that would render this process, or it's going good, or I'm gonna need a plan B to reach out to Indonesia. This is how it works for all the 6 factors, actually. And for most important, the technological, of course. If nowadays we are still rigid to think that what I'm gonna start today is gonna last till the next year without any technological improvement, this would be actually a nonsense, because nowadays, every and each day, we can find a new technology appearing on the market, and actually the new technology is automatically diminishing any other a bit older technology. So this is how we can use Pestel, of course, in a nutshell. And then after analyzing the bigger environment, let's dig more deeper into Porter's 5 forces. And here it comes to the tool I really love the most. And actually, I get sometimes shocked how this tool isn't used. Sometimes when I'm a judge in teaching and we ask just questions as judges regarding those forces, we can find that some teachers or some young entrepreneurs do not know about it, or even did not have enough time to research the 5 forces. While it's extremely important to make sure that after my ideation, my small enterprise or my startup can take place, as I have 5 forces which are critically important for the survival of my organization, especially in the very, very starting period, or in the very, very short-term execution. So let's go for the power of suppliers. Suppliers nowadays have much more power than all times, because we are, as entrepreneurs, much, much more than old days. Old days, it's a businessman, a traditional business that needs specific supplies and that are always available. But nowadays, entrepreneurs are much, much more innovators, which makes suppliers much rare, which would need from us as entrepreneurs much power to have to go along the way with the power of bargaining coming from the supplier side, as well as, of course, the power of our customers. Nowadays, customers are extremely powerful on very, very much or diverse pillars of power. So it's extremely important to know to which extent they can bargain. And this is actually very depending on the level of innovation and creativity of my own product or service. So I need to make sure not only that my product or service would really matter to the customer, but as well, they're gonna buy and they won't be powerful to bargain over my product or service due to the competition. Of course, the competitive rivalry. This is actually the most known part of the 5 forces that is discussed due to the marketing whenever we are talking about the competitive positioning. And this is actually, as you see, this is the only pillar that will arise within the pitch deck. I'm going to see within my pitch deck the competitive analysis and the competition positioning, but I would not see how it contributes with other threats or other aspects of the 5 forces. Going to the substitutes, and it's extremely as well important to know what in the market can substitute me. I can see here the connection between the competition and the substitutes is really important nowadays, even much more than old days, as the competition and the substitutes are becoming much more increasing, which would lead to the threat of new entrants, as now markets are extremely open worldwide to accept new entrepreneurs, which would arise, of course, the competition and the threat coming from the new entrants. So the 5 forces are contributing to my own plan, just to make sure that I'm taking the steps forward on the right path, having always a plan B if I'm going to find any deficiency from the market side, not only from the competition, as the market is not competition and finance only. The market is a collective part. Of course, it's not only the customer as well. So it's important to have a look to all those aspects before digging deeper to pitch my idea just for fun. And then after 1 year, I could not find the supplier, for example, or the supplier is much, much powerful nowadays. So I need to have a plan for every and each factor of those factors, just to make sure I'm able to move to the next step within my pitch. After going with the external, after going with the external analysis, we are going to the internal analysis. And here, it's extremely important to put in consideration that I've added a part to the internal. It's not only SWOT, for example, but as well, it's the entrepreneur himself. And I really, really like this part about Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Nilam speech, as they really got the point of the mindset itself and how it's extremely important. So I would not dig deeper in this part. They had it all and they nailed it actually, but really the mindset of the entrepreneur and the development and growth needed to be implemented to the mindset of the entrepreneur would leave a very, very good first step for the entrepreneur themselves to start from there and to contribute to growth. So here I was talking about the human capital theory in a very, very brief way, that what I have from skills, knowledge, competencies, personal attributes, and social attributes, which is the human stock as per the human capital theory, would directly contribute in my productivity and economic growth regarding the same theory, which is the human capital theory. And I'm a believer of this theory. This is why I really like to implement it even within the entrepreneurial setup, because we are creating, or we are building the mind, not only the startup, because both of them together are the things that would help me sustain my existence over a changing market. So here we go to SWOT analysis, and it's only the way to summarize my analysis from strength to weaknesses, which are the parts internal. And here it's not only internal, the startup, but internal as well for me as an entrepreneur and for my team. And here arises the importance of the values we already discussed during the strategy creation. And then the opportunities and threats that are arising in a very changing market. So after putting everything together from all those parties, I've started as an entrepreneur by studying my market, empathizing with my customer, knowing as well my customer at the very beginning, and starting the planning parts financially and market-wise. I need to move forward to create my vision so I can have much more stronger steps towards this vision, and I can at least contribute to become one of the 10% that do not fail within the 5 years of the starting of my own startup, using those tools. And of course, I know that there are much more tools to use for environmental analysis, but those are the very basic and the very traditional tools to use. I really love them, especially whenever it works, it goes for international markets. It's really amazing to calculate all those variables during the implementation of my startup into the international setup, putting in consideration as well the blue and the red oceans. Where should I start? So finally, as implementation, let me conclude by saying that a vision, a very well said vision, implemented through analysis, would bring me to growth. And here where I linked the strategic planning to the sustainability. Nowadays, sustainability is one of the major points and the major topics worldwide discussed in entrepreneurial setup, but actually I can see that the contribution of a perfect strategic plan would make sustainability much easier and much achievable. And here there are some words from Beeses and John Kotler about strategic planning and how really it matters for sustainability and for success. Thank you so much. I wish it wasn't really long for you, and let's discuss. If you have any questions, I'm open.
Thanks, Lina Kohli, madam. It was very
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh.
nice articulated that the strategic. It is very nice articulated that the strategic planning leads to sustainability. And with this note, I thanks once again the Protomoro University and Chairman again. And I just like to invite the next session chair, Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay.
No, sorry, Dr. Yogesh, we're going into a break now.
Yeah, after the break, we can invite him.
Yeah, so we're going into a break now. After the break.
Yeah, after the break. Reason being, I'm just going to end this session, so that's why I just named him. That he will be the next session chair, and the session will start after the 10 to 15 minutes, maybe as per the schedule. As per the Indian time, it will be started at 11.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Once again.
Thank you so much. Bye, Dr. Yogesh. Okay, so that was a very interesting panel discussion one for plenary one session. We are going into a break now up until 12:30, and then we will start with plenary session 2. Hi, Dr. Subrata.
Hi. So,
How are
very
you?
good morning. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, good.
Please tell me when to start.
Yes, we're just waiting for the team to come on.
Okay. So we have 3 speakers, right?
Yes. I'm just looking. I know Dr. Shanta was here, so I just want to see if he's disappeared. He was on here just now. Is Dr. Shanta here? I'm trying to find him. Where is he?
Lina is not joining in this session.
Yeah, Lina actually was the previous session. So for your session, we've got Dr. Vandana, we've got Dr. Shanta, and we've got Prof. Hate. So if Prof. Hate is late, he can actually go towards the end of your session. So Prof. Shanta says he's here, but I don't see him. Am I missing something? Are you here, Dr. Shanta? I don't see you. Please put up Dr. Subrata's slide, please.
Dr. Shanta, are you there?
He says he can hear us. I'm just trying to figure out which one is he on here. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. After that very short break, I've just grabbed some toast and some tea. So yes, so we're well into our second plenary session of day 1 of the Global Entrepreneurship Educators Symposium, hosted from Jakarta, Indonesia, Podomoro University. So our session chair for the next plenary 2 session is Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay. He is a professor, the Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, India. Take it away with you, Dr. Subrata.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Chamin. And at the outset, thanks to Podomoro University, Jakarta, Indonesia, right, for arranging this wonderful Global Entrepreneurship Education Summit. So we are starting off with the plenary session 2, and we have 3 keynote speakers out here in this session 2. Dr. Santa Indrajit would be the keynote speaker with the session Hydroponic Farming for Special Needs Students, a community outreach project. And then we have Professor Prafulla Hate with the topic Developing Positive Attitude at the Early Stage of Entrepreneurship. And the third speaker would be Professor Vandana Tripathi with the topic Incubators and Entrepreneurship Education. So I would like to welcome all the speakers, all the keynote speakers for the plenary session 2. So please remember that your session timing can be, say, around 20 minutes, and then we can have some questions, maybe from the audience or maybe from the other panelists, co-panelists, etc. So we'll have it in this mode. I hope that is fine, Chairman. Sounds
absolutely
good?
fine. Absolutely fine, Dr. Subrata. Just a point of note, because our speakers are actually international speakers, I don't see Professor Hate here. So if he's not here after Dr. Shanta, we can go with Dr. Vandana Tripathi after Dr. Shanta.
Sure.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
can we have the kind pleasure of inviting Dr. Santa Indroji to speak on the session Hydroponic Farming for Special Needs Students, Community Outreach Project. And I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting session because it addresses the needs of the special needs students and how they can be used for hydroponic farming. So over to you, Professor Dr. Santa Indrojit, for your session. Dr. Santa?
We are just waiting for his slide to pop up.
Dr. Shanta is declining the invitation to panelists. Dr. Shanta?
Okay. Is Professor Vandana ready?
We will invite Dr. Shanta to join the panelists.
Yeah,
again,
Dr. Shanta is there. He is there. Let me just check quickly. He is there. He's the keynote speaker, so he should actually go first.
Yeah, but he declines the invitation. Okay, now he is here. Yeah.
Is he here?
Okay, hello.
Welcome, Dr.
Hello,
Shanta.
can you hear me?
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Okay, thank you,
Dr.
Prof.
Shanta,
I will
welcome.
start and then I will. Okay, thank you. So then sharing, then I will start sharing.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the screen is visible. You can make it full screen.
Okay, can you Prof, see my what is called that?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Just make it full screen.
My
yeah.
Right. Okay. I will start. Right. So then, my name is Shanta Indrajit Hikadwaliyanage from Boto University, Gaborone, Botswana. So, Prof, here you can see that there are two topics with some words different. Hydroponic farming for special needs students, a community outreach project, or hydroponic farming for students with disabilities, a community outreach project. Now, really, I have given the first topic. Then now I understand that the most suitable way to talk same thing, hydroponic farming for students with disabilities, a community outreach project. Now, all can see that there's a difference between these wordings highlighted for special needs students and for students with disabilities. So then really I made a mistake when using for special needs students. I am supposed to use for students with disabilities according to the guidelines of United Nations. So then that means disability inclusive language recommends to use students with disabilities, but not special needs students. I really knew it when preparing this one, this presentation, because that I'm not a lecturer for students with disabilities, but I have a few students with disabilities. Then when looking at them, I thought that I must think of them, how I can incorporate, that means entrepreneurship education, better way for their problems, otherwise for their social and economic issues. So then when you look at here, you can see that Disability Inclusive Language Guideline, United Nations 2019, it recommends to use people first language. I didn't know it. So the people first language is the most widely accepted language for referring to persons with disabilities. It is also the language used in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. People first language emphasizes the person, not the disability. By placing the reference to the person or group before the reference to the disability. For example, we can use expressions such as children with albinism rather than other way. Disabilities. The correct way to, I have to correct my title, students with disabilities rather than special needs students. However, the people first rule does not necessarily apply to all types of disabilities. There are some exceptions. For example, when referring to persons who are blind, we can say either blind persons or persons who are blind. And the same applies to deaf or deaf blind persons. Then now we can see recommended languages. Persons with disability is recommended. Persons with type of impairment is recommended. When you look at right side, we can see that language not recommended. That means we must try our best to avoid the language. Disabled persons, handicapped, person with special needs. So these things, that means handicapable, a typical person living with the disability, differently abled, people of all abilities, people of determination, persons living with disability, that these languages, these are not normal. Supposed to use that we must with the students include all, then we should not differentiate the students, telling that normal, healthy, able-bodied, typical, whole, or sound body, mind, like that. So then now then I want to say that these persons with disabilities are today very important. That according to this United Nations Department of 15% of
I think there is some technical glitch. So please bear with us. Dr. Shanta, are you there?
So Dr. Shanta is at Boto University, and that's in Gaborone, Botswana, on the African continent. So everyone knows about the technical issues we have on the continent. So let's just give him a few minutes. And he's also at campus. You know, most of us are faculty. We are all on campus during this conference. So just give us a minute or two, please. Apologies for that. You're muted, Dr. Shanta.
Yes, I'm ready now. Because that internet interruption. Did you, Doc, hear this one, this slide? Did you hear this slide? I think so.
We cannot see the slide, so you can just share this presentation once again, please.
These are fine. Done it. If I go that we can see that I use that two wordings for special needs students, for students with disabilities. Therefore, that the for special needs students normally not supposed to use, but for students with disabilities is supposed to use because of the disability inclusive language guideline says that we have to use people first language, not the disability first language. Now, when we look at here, we can see that the special needs students, that we highlight the disability first. Therefore, normally that according to this United Nations disability inclusive language we should avoid. So then now that we are talking about people with disabilities, when we can see that according to the United Nations Department of Economics and Social Affairs disability, 15% of the population we can see that are disabled, including that age people over 70 like that. So then 15%, that is 1 billion, 1 billion population, really 1.3 billion, 1 out of 6 is disabled. So therefore 80% of the persons with disabilities live in developing countries, like in Botswana and other developing countries. And women report higher incidence of disability than men. Women with disabilities are recognized to be multiple disadvantage, experiencing exclusion on account of their gender and their disability. So then now the rationale for my keynote speech is that self-employment for students with disabilities, that the medium that I propose here, hydroponic vertical farming, so that we can understand everybody is struggling for survival. Disability is usually not seen as a priority in development, but they suffer more than others, and therefore then we have to think of them. We, the entrepreneurship scholars, need to have an understanding of the disability issues for integrating them into entrepreneurship education. Then now when we look at that, the students with disabilities at universities are that a special category, because they can manage their affairs on their own to a great extent. That means they are able, they can do it. So therefore, then we can see that the students with disabilities at higher education institutes, that according to my analysis of the data, then these are the disabilities: learning difficulty, vision impairment, intellectual disability, physical disability, social anxiety disorder, learning difficulty, slow speech defect, low vision, blind left eye, hearing problem, epileptic patients. So all these students can manage their day-to-day affairs and so on. They can manage their educations also. Then we were asked, then we were recommended to support them. What are the supports that we have to give these students? We have to give only 30% extra time for test, script sometimes, an interpreter, audio recorder, and enlarge printouts. So then, therefore, then these students can do entrepreneurship projects also. So then now I want to say that I led a team and wrote a project proposal for hydroponic farming unit for students and received a micro grant from Ashesi University in Ghana. And in that proposal, I suggested that, and already started that. Now we are running the third season. 2 seasons we have run. So therefore, in the proposal, I said that please give a grant us, because I want to develop some seed capital for entrepreneurship students, expansion of the project, and further entrepreneurship education. That in the proposal that I said that we will produce hydroponic vegetables, and we will sell, and we will make profit. That profit, part of that profit, we will use that. We will distribute the profit in this way. So then now I just want to show a small video. That video, this 2 minutes video, it will show the entire story within less than 2 minutes. I display it.
You stop sharing your screen, Dr. Shanta?
Yes, so sharing
Did,
a video.
did you finish share, Prof?
No. I was sharing a video. Can't you see it?
No, we can't see a video.
Okay, what to do then? I will go for without the video. Okay, right. Okay, right. Can you see that, please? Doc, can you see that my slides?
No.
Okay, that I think sometimes what happens, internet, okay. I will share. Okay, here, right. Again, I think sharing. Is that sharing icon there? Yes, sharing. Again, I will share it. Okay, right. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. I will that only 2 minutes video. Let's see that whether it will work.
The volume is not working. Put on your volume,
Can you
Dr.
see?
Shanta. We can see, but we can't hear.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now I think we will go for the. I will talk about. Okay. This is the. Can you see, doctor, that something in that white greenhouse, White House? It is the greenhouse.
Yes.
Okay, right. I will say that. Okay, that according to the grant that we constructed a small greenhouse, but it is in white. We use white white nets because that is good for the absorbing the temperature than green netting. So then this is the greenhouse. That the greenhouse means the control area for farming. It's a very small one. We can see that 3 meters and 2.5 meters like that. Because that I received only $3,000 that I had to depend on that one. I had to manage that money. So then we can see this is the hydroponics unit. This is an automated system. Very simple system. Even universities can make it. That the engineering department can do it easily, very simple system. I just want to say that here there are 6 towers. These are vertical towers. They are based on a tank that we can see on the base is a tank, water tank for 100 liters. There's a small motor inside. Then it can circulate water up and down. So then this is called vertical farming because that one tower can plant 40 into 12 is 48 plants. 48 into these 6 towers, that can 292 plants. But even we can accommodate one more set also. We didn't have enough money. So therefore, then we manage with these 6 towers for 292 plants. Then this is vertical farming. I just want to explain about the vertical farming that we can see that this is an alternative for ground farming. If we use the traditional farming, then the ground we can use only for this area. Let's suppose that this one tower, this area we can use only for maximum two or three plants. Here we can use 12 times, not 12 times higher. Then instead of 3, then we can 2, or then we can use that one tower. 4 into 12 is 48. 48 into that 6 is 292 plants. So then we can see that here that this our resource persons, Dr. Kadiali, she was helping our students to how to germinate. The students did germinations. That the students learn everything from the beginning to end. So then these our staff also participate and actively. So then here now students that here hydroponic farming. Hydroponic farming is a soilless business. Soilless farming. That means no soil. We are using water and nutrients. Nutrients means we are using only 3 types of nutrients: hydroflow, calcium nitrate, and potassium. Only those 3. Then we have to, there's a formula, then we have to mix with the water and put into that tank. Then it will circulate the nutrient with the water throughout the day with that motor. So then now we can see that these are the seedlings that after 3 to 5 weeks, we can see seedlings. They come that this is the spinach. So then that thereafter from the tray, that those seedlings we have to transplant into these net cups. That after transplanting, we can see that these things. So then this is after less than 2 months, spinach less than 2 months, normally lettuce 2 months, that we can see the growth. So then this is also within 2 months. Okay, now that is what we can do. And now I want to explain little about the accounting, because that this type of projects, this is a real life project at our university. We have run 2 seasons. Now I'm going to start the 3rd season soon. So then this project that this cost that I little change for better version, that that means what I got installed here is 300, but normally we need 2000 net cup system. Therefore, then the total investment is that total investment in dollars, I put it that 7,000. So that is for 1,000 for the greenhouse. Normally, you don't want a very solid or very permanent type of greenhouse that I have done. You can do it at lesser cost, maximum. Normally, I also have an alternative way of doing it, that for $1,000. And hydroponic plant, 2,000.
Dr. Shanta, sorry for interrupting.
Yes.
Dr. Shanta, sorry for interrupting. Please try to conclude, because there are other panelists also lined up.
Okay. That how many minutes more? How many minutes more?
You please conclude within 5 minutes, if possible.
Okay, right. That we can see that total investment is 7,000. That with $7,000, then we can. Basic idea is that when you go here, that we can see that here. Normally, per month total sales is 720, and the gross profit is 480, and that the net profit is 100, but it includes the salary. Salary is normally I put that $200 normally per month is the average salary here, just after being a graduate. That average very average salary is 200 enough. So therefore, then this model can be used by used for these unemployed students with disabilities. So this is really within the 3rd mission of the universities. First mission is teaching, second mission is research, third mission is that entrepreneurial universities. That means we can contribute to the social and economic development, of the persons with disabilities. Then in this case, then we can have that this is the best alternative way of the innovation. Normally, we are thinking of the destructive innovation of the Schumpeter's. Instead of that, we can use that this one, quintuple helix innovation method. University, industry, government, especially this is a triple helix innovation model. Or then we can increase to 4th one is that natural environment. That this what my hydroponic farming, vertical farming is almost those 4 areas. We can use that civil society also for community services. Community outreach means that students with disabilities means not only that our university, there are many of them at other higher education institute. I invite them to come to our unit and learn it. Thank you, Doctor, very much. Thank you. Hello, I'm done.
Hello.
Hello, I'm done.
Okay, so Dr. Santa, thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you so much, Dr. Santa, for the wonderful session and the work that you're doing, especially with the special needs students, right? And getting them engaged into organic farming and, you know, the wonderful, innovative things that you are doing, right? So really wonderful, appreciate your project. So we'll move on to the next speaker for this panel. So we have Dr. Prafulla Hate. Sir, are you there? I think sir is already there and is ready. Yeah. So warm welcome, sir. And
thank you.
You would be speaking. Yeah. So your topic, as I understand, is developing the positive attitude at early stage of entrepreneurship. So what do you, sir?
Yes. A very good morning, very good afternoon, very good evening to all the participants over here.
Just hold on, Prof. We're just waiting for your slide to pop up. Just hold on a second.
Yes. Now can I share my screen? Okay. Yes, firstly, I must thank the organizers, Kodamora University, Dr. Charman, for inviting me to this session. And it's indeed a great privilege for me to be over here. I'm going to make it very crisp to the point. And may I share my screen right now?
Yes, sir, you can go on.
Okay. Well, I hope my presentation is visible to all.
Yes,
is the presentation
sir.
visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to use two words in my presentation, mentor and a mentee. And mentee over here is a person who is who's planning or starting his entrepreneurship journey, the very beginning stage, the early stage. And the mentor is a word which I'll be using for actual entrepreneurship mentor or the entrepreneurship educators who will be helping this mentee to start his or her journey. And to make it within the given time frame, I'll be quickly rushing forward. When we look at developing the positive attitude at the early stage of entrepreneurship, then everything is boiling down first to the mind power. And for mentor as well as mentee, for both of them, this is really, really important. So first of all, I must say that it's all about the positive mindset, the power of the mindset, which the mentor and mentee both are really required to be given a thought on. When we look at the positive mindset as such, then at the very early stage of entrepreneurship journey, there are a lot of excitement for those budding entrepreneurs. And at the same time, the mentor's role is also very, very crucial. Let's talk about some of the thought processes which are going on in the minds of these budding entrepreneurs, which I'm now referring to as mentee. Many times there are questions like, okay, am I be successful? Will I be successful in this journey? Whether I'll be getting some help from the people? Am I on the right track or not? Lot many questions. And there is an incorrect way of the thought process. Whenever there are questions, then the questions are also required to be reframed into a positive sentences. Sometimes we feel that, okay, let's take a first example over here. The mentee may say that, okay, mine is not so good. But the role of a mentor over here is to correct the sentence and then give the positive direction that how can you make it better? So that is the real thought process which the budding entrepreneur is really required to be taken care of. Sometimes somebody will say, okay, I'm not good at sales pitch or financial calculations, then at that time, the thought process is really required to be changed to develop your mindset for upskilling into that sales or finance or whatever it is. Everywhere I'm talking about about changing the mindset, which is now a growth mindset. Growth mindset is really essential at the beginning of the journey, because the direction is really required to be aligned with your thought process to achieve the goals. And when we look at this incorrect and correct ways, I have shared some of the examples of incorrect which I will not be able to read everything, but the correct ways is also required to be known by the mentee. The entrepreneurship educator or the mentor is required to give a lot of directions in this case to the mentee to align the thought process in the correct direction. This may look something like a positive thinking and a non-positive thinking. Yes, it is highly essential, because once a question gets stuck in the mind, it remains always in the mind. I'm talking a little bit on the spiritual perspective and also from the psychological perspective. However, this is absolutely essential to know what is going on in the mind, so that the thoughts, feelings, and action, three things are required to be aligned in one direction to achieve the goal. I'm repeating: thoughts, feelings, and action. Three things, when they align perfectly, then the mentee will be able to achieve the goals. This is what I'm just discussing about the growth mindset, developing that mindset towards the growth. And here what we can see is something that a seed is required to be planted in the minds of that mentee. Just a few minutes before, we are looking at hydroponic, wherein within a short span of time, we achieve very good results. So over here, something looking like that, the growth of that plant has to be enormous, much more than what we expect. So it really requires a good amount of nutrition, soil, the quality of seed, and the entire germination process till the plant gets growth. This is basically a role of that entrepreneurship educator. Now I'm calling him or her as a mentor. Definitely, that growth mindset is really required to be developed right from day one. In the journey, SWOT analysis, many of us are really familiar with. Nowadays, we don't do SWOT, but strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges, what we are really looking out for. So do these calculations not only once. People believe that I may do it, might be at the very first day, and I'll keep on following it. But it doesn't really happen. These strengths and weaknesses, they keep on changing. The opportunities keep on coming. The threats keep on reducing, or the challenges keep on changing. So you can decide a frequency. If the mentor is doing this mentorship, might be for 1 year or 2 years, divide yourself into some small intervals wherein this SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges, can be done repeatedly to find out whether exactly these are your strengths, weaknesses, and explore the opportunities, overcome the challenges. When we look at risk, the risk is always there. Let it be meeting the unknown people, collecting the data, very simple kind of a thing, or validating. This can be a very simple task in entrepreneurship journey. Everywhere there's a risk, falsification of data, interpretation, misinterpretation, everywhere. The role of a mentor over here is to show what are the opportunities, at the same time overcome these risks. But whenever there is a long jump which is really required to be taken to avoid that risk and to overcome that risk, to explore the opportunity, provide some insightful tips, do some calculative risk. The risk is really required to have a calculative risk. That will provide a lot of confidence in the minds of that mentee to do the calculations on the paper, take that risk, and then move ahead. I met with one of my students last year who was planning to have a goal of a monthly revenue of $1 million. I said, it's quite fine. You are a student of third year, keeping a target of $1 million a month. Looks fantastic. but you are at the age of 20 years and next 1 year you are going to complete your graduation. How do you achieve it? You may keep that $1 million a month, might be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line. Keeping a big goal is not a crime. The mentee can keep a big goals, but the goals must be smart, specific, measurable, realistic, and time bound. And many times it doesn't happen. It's only the goals the mentees are keeping. Also, I suggest over here that even if we have a big goal 5 years down the line, divide those big goals into smaller chunks. Those smaller chunks will provide a lot of motivation for the mentees to achieve them. And there is one more tip which I would like to add it over here in terms of setting realistic goals, that whenever a small goal is achieved, it can be meeting potential customers, it can be a very small goal, and the goal will be achieved within a week's time. So let's have a small celebration which will help this venture. Let me give you some examples. A small celebration may not be going for a treat or a party, but at the same time making some announcements for the potential customer that, okay, the next 2 days I have this, or exploring some new areas, or dividing your a segmentation of your market into more niche that can provide a lot of value addition, and there will be a feeling of achieving something in the minds of those mentees. Have some connect with these small celebrations whenever these small chunk of goals are achieved. This is useful. At an early stage of entrepreneurship, the mentee has to be always at the front. Sometimes I have seen some of the budding entrepreneurs that they keep their friends or the fresh recruited people in their venture to be there at the front. But I suggest over here that whenever you, as a entrepreneur, budding entrepreneur, remains at the front, you always get a chance to find, observe, discuss, develop a network with your potential customers. Try to maintain the network and find out the fresh first-hand feedback from them. Let it be a very small venture, let it be a very big venture, whatever you have planned in your mind. Being at the front, might be physically or at virtual level, it always helps, not only from the perspective of that budding entrepreneur, but also from the perspective of customer, because you have your own confidence into it. Management is absolutely crucial. In fact, this slide should have been at the very beginning, but I intentionally have kept it at this level. This may look very highly spiritual or psychological, but at the same time, maintaining mental health and social health is absolutely essential, with lots of questions popping up, a lot of social pressure over there. Then the role of a mentor over here is to ensure that the mental health and social health is also maintained. Physical and emotional well-being is also required to be balanced in such a way that the person is perfectly aligned, perfectly maintained from 360-degree perspective. The mentee has to be completely geared up. Look at all the angles, not only from one direction. There could have been very small things like I would like to have my crazy quilt all the time with me. So that has really required to be taken care of. Crazy quilt there on the paper. And sometimes maneuvering your plane in such a way that you can land up to your destination, that is also really required. Gearing up completely at every moment of time will provide a lot of confidence. During this journey, there will be so many people who will be pumping up the injections virtually in the minds of mentors and mentee both. But this is never going to happen. This idea is very idiotic, or this solution will never help. Especially those people who do not have the requisite competencies, knowledge. These are the people who keep on pumping that negativity. Stay away from those people 100%, because that will really keep on adding questions and questions in the minds of those budding entrepreneurs. Jumping out, popping out, and again rising up is absolutely essential, because in the early stage of entrepreneurship, there are going to be smaller failures. There's going to be resistance. There is going to be many situations where the mentee is really required to stand very firm and again rise after these failures. That positivity, that direction, that motivation is really required to be given by the mentor. Adaptability is highly essential from the perspective of technology, people, situations, communication, developing, changing your personality, and facing each and every situation in your life. Absolutely essential. Be adaptable. Don't give excuses that, okay, I have done my engineering, how can I know finance? Or there's a guy who's done arts, how do I know the accounts? You cannot give any excuses, and you do not have such a manpower to recruit these domain expertise. Able, be responsive, and be absorptive, absorb each and everything coming around you. And the last slide from my side is practice gratitude. This really helps. Pray to the God, pray to the universe that, okay, you have given me the entire power to succeed. Yes, I am a successful entrepreneur. Thank you, God. Thank you very much. This act of thank you is absolutely essential at the beginning, not only at the beginning, but during the entire journey of your entrepreneurship. My presentation, some of the slides may look like something going more towards psychological aspect, but yes, maintaining that positive attitude is absolutely essential to be successful. And I really would like to give my best wishes to all these participants over here. Be successful, practice this gratitude, be thankful. And yes, thank you very much from my side for giving me this opportunity to share a little whichever I can best demonstrate over here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hate. So we know each other for a long time, and I've been following you actually, right? And
yes.
The great activities that you are doing towards building the campus companies and the startups, right? So great initiative, and you actually told about the real life skills which should be there for the startups to be successful. And this is a very, very important area, because what happens is that the college students who actually start the companies and register the companies, and after that become profitable, they fall to the lure of the campus recruitments. And these are the ones who actually also get placed. Why? Because they are the ones who actually take a lot of initiatives, right? And they are entrepreneurial in nature, and hence they get placed. But then this is a real challenge for all of us, that how do we actually sustain these companies and keep
I think I'm missing your voice, Dr. Subrata.
and work for their companies, because that gives much more of satisfaction to the startups. So thank you so much, Professor Hate, once again. So we move on to the next speaker. Vandana Madam, are you there?
Thank you, Dr. Subrata.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So over to you for your session.
Just confirm to me if my screen is visible to all of you.
Yeah, it is. Please start. Best wishes.
Thank you. Just putting. So thank you everyone for taking time out and being present here to listen to our plenary session 2 on entrepreneurship educators, the 3M model. The focus that I am going to bring into this panel is basically on incubators as an institutional setup within an entrepreneurship educational setup like a university. And what I have observed through my personal observations and what we have experienced over, let's say, in the 3-year stint that I'm here at KJ Somaya Institute of Management, it's an evolutionary development that we are witnessing, and we are expecting to have a revolutionary impact. So I'm extremely grateful to Charmaine, our Entrepreneur Hub, and Podomoro University for putting up a session together where we could share our journey with all the participants and encourage all others to perhaps take some of the select practices that we have learned already to you. And if you have any comments and observations, I definitely welcome that. How I'm going to be, sorry, how I'm going to go about it is I think most of the previous speakers have already set the context. I would just revisit that in one or two slides. I would also be introducing the Griddle Incubation Center, which exists at the Somaya campus, and how do we go about that particular setup, and how do we interact within the ecosystem environment, and what are the select practices that I can share with all of you readily, that each one of you can emulate, and we can support you in that initiative as well. So I think most importantly, our keynote speaker really established, not only in this session, but for the entire conference. We have Rajiv Roy already saying that there is a process of innovation involved, and there are a lot of people who are involved in this particular process, not only individual as in self, where my previous speaker, Professor Prapul, had really done a great presentation that how their own influence, their own behavior, how their own actions can perhaps impact the opportunities for success, full innovations. There are organizations which can support you in this process, and I think Professor Lena in the earlier, I think she is mentoring a lot of startup in the earlier panel, also spoke at length about the strategic importance. I wish that she was there right ahead of me, that she would have set the context absolutely right by saying that there are environmental factors which may impact the possibilities of success involved in this. In organizational aspects, there is one ecosystem actor, which is incubator, where I would be heading the conversation on. All the speakers in the past have already established that entrepreneur is a catalyst for economic change, and where all of us as entrepreneur educators are contributing towards their development. Just to put in perspective, because I'm expecting that there are global listeners as well, that what kind of a startup economy do we have in this country? And therefore, this conversation, is it making sense to everyone involved or not? I won't get into the details. I've already given the source, so you can refer to that source at length. But there are 2 or 3 points which I would definitely like to grab your attention on. The first one is that it has been recognized as the third largest ecosystem in the world, which means that we are on that journey of the revolutionary impact. And KJ Somaya Institute of Management, along with its incubator, is playing a small role into it. I also want to highlight to people that, my previous speaker was speaking about the mindset, and that, how can I become a job creator? I think 768,000 jobs have been created in the past 6 years in this country. We have a lot of unicorn. I don't want to boast about it at this moment, but just to set the context right, it is a very encouraging environment for students to perhaps know that some of these were also out of an incubation center. And that's why I think it's important to highlight the unicorns here. A lot of mergers and acquisitions have happened in the past. These are very encouraging figures for anybody to kind of know the vibrant ecosystem that we have established in the Indian economy in the past 10, 15 years. But what exactly would be the business incubator, and what exactly is its role in the entire ecosystem? I'm just curtailing it down. A role of an incubator is in the most widely acceptable notion is it's an institution which is there to provide and support entrepreneurs, especially in the initial stages. It is the stages where my previous speaker was highlighting about the mindset question. How my competitors are better than me. How do I really change that aptitude? Some of the mentors come from the incubation center. At the initial stage, you actually need a lot of handholding, and business incubators therefore set their remarkable impact on this journey. What kind of support do they provide? They provide all kinds of support, right from technological facilities, advices, any startup seed funding also is there. Mentorship has been spoken about very well in the previous session, and I think mentorship and advisory support is something which is readily accessible in any incubation center. Typically, I say this to my students as well as other ecosystem actors with whom I interact, that incubator is a good path to gain capital from other institutions other than government if we are looking at also. So there is a path of, angel investors, etc., that you can take via the incubator because they would have already set the program in context. Just wanted to also inform the audience here that there is no one shoe fit all kind of a role for business incubator because they typically vary in their outlook and size. So you can find private incubation centers and you will also find government supported incubation centers. You will also find only technology focused incubation centers. You will also find only non-technology focused incubation centers. You will also find incubation centers which are only focused on, let's say, agriculture, like Will Grow. It supports a lot of social entrepreneurs also. So, because of the variety which is present currently in this country, I think the role is not just limited to what I have stated. It can be broadened in terms of its horizon. While I must thank Charmin to give this opportunity because it helped me to put together an information which is critically missing in most of the literature that I tried to look at. How many numbers of incubation centers are exactly there? And if you see in the orange one, I don't know whether it's visible in orange or yellow color, but let's say the lighter shade, that is the incubation center which is housed within an academic institution. And I think it kinds of gives a lot of credibility and boost and morale to our team within the university ecosystem to say that as we are increasing the emphasis on academic led incubation center, I think we are on a good path to grow. I have already quoted the source for this piece of information. Please do refer. Now I come to the exact case of the Riddle Incubation Center, which is very much within the Somaya Vidya Vihar University here at Mumbai. So Riddle stands for Research, Innovation, Incubation, Design Labs, and it supports designer, innovators, and entrepreneurs. We have received support from a lot of government agencies, and some of them are already mentioned here. This particular incubation center is open to all. Just to give a little bit more information about the university, we have about 36 institutions. So we have a management vertical, we have a medical vertical, we already have the polymer science kind of a program, we have a school of design, we have a school of religious studies called as School of Dharma Studies. So variety of institutions are housed within this ecosystem of Samaya Vidya Vihar University, and Riddle has access to all of these centers. Some of the notable startups which you would have also witnessed on Shark Tanks, I've just listed here. I am going to discuss at length about two of them shortly. So what does it really provide? These are the various facilities which are there within the campuses of Somaya Vidya Vihar University. These are infrastructure which is managed by Riddle. So you have a digital fabrication lab, you have a 3D printing services there. You also have XR lab just to give a lot of technology and app development kind of a boost. We also have a social media lab. We also have a bio lab which is accessible for all kinds of medical testing grounds, etc. It's called BioRiddle. How it engages with students. So we were very clear in our approach in the last 3 years that we have to highlight, because this entrepreneurial mindset cannot happen only when we have the student and one e-cell takes the initiative to bring everybody on board. We said that right from our admission brochure to our inaugural sessions to our induction sessions, which are usually run as soon as the students join the program, we must have multiple touch points through which Riddle is continuously introduced to the students so that they find it convenient to kind of access what Riddle has to offer. Mind you, Riddle is also open to incubatees outside Somaya ecosystem, but just students being our catchment crowd, we have a tremendous amount of focus there. We have also had cross-sharing of resources of judges, panels, speakers, workshops, etc. Some of the photographs here elaborate that when there is a innovation session in which students would have built a prototype, we actually have judges from Riddle actually coming, founders from Riddle joining us to kind of evaluate the ideas that students have put up. They also run to critical events wherein students are automatically an audience as well as participants to the whole thing. So the first one that we are absolutely proud of is the Maker Mela, which is, more than 4 lakh people have a footfall on the campus in this 2 or 3 days of associations that we have done. For the COVID year, we did it online and we had even global participation for us. So you actually have a expo where anybody can put up whatever they are developing or want to seek a feedback, etc. There are a lot of artistic events and you can find the properties around. We are a huge campus in the heart of Mumbai, so we have a lot of space to display those kinds of artistic flavors as well. There are plenty of speaker sessions and conclaves that we host as part of Maker Mela, and all the students, right from management to science to medical, all of them have equal access to this. So it somewhat looks like this on that particular day, that there is a complete footfall and there is an engagement between directly the founders who want to talk about their ideas, and there is an audience to listen to them. There is also, like I said, the bioriddle aspect of it, which is hosting a community event called as Darwin, which is totally driven to the biological sciences, and what kind of the range of events that they host is right from biohackathon. So pharma companies, etc., would have given a problem statements, and the students actually present the final idea on that given day. There are also biofashion shows just to encourage students to conceptualize ideas around that. What we have achieved in the past few years of engagement and presence of a vibrant incubator center here, I think we have had been successful to showcase some of our startups on Shark Tank. So What Technologies was another startup which was initially funded by Niti Prayas. Square Off is another startup. It is actually a very interesting mobile software-based chess game, but it is a board game. It is no more an app game. So it would be fun. So we initially launched the campaign on Kickstarter, and you see now Square Off has been acquired by a major gaming company in US. Another major flagship company that has been featured on Shark Tank was Temtech. They have the first scalp cooling device which enables patients undergoing chemotherapy reduce the hair loss that they have experienced. They are also funded by government support. We have OFI, which is actually experimenting as an examination platform which can run without internet. So they are looking at hosting ethical ways of students attempting exams even in remotest part of the country. They have received joint funding from various incubator centers even beyond Riddle. Very recently, Riddle team had won a national award, and I think it goes a long way in recognizing the effort that has been put by the incubator center here. Just the last slide where I really wanted to share what we have learned over a period of a few years of engagement, and wanted to convey our stories to you, that it is very important to nudge the students about entrepreneurship. One way of nudging was already shared by my previous speaker. Another way of nudging, very important to disability students, giving them that confidence about taking entrepreneurship as a path. You have to have a calendarized set of activities, because students, if you just give one course and then assume that they will do everything on their own, doesn't happen. So we have a series of lectures, sessions, workshops, like the events that I said, Maker Mela. Students are part of the organizing team. They actually learn a lot while being part of those teams. even hosting simulated activities. So we actually have inbuilt it in our MBA program that every student will have to work on a business idea as part of the entrepreneurship course. There is no other test, there is no other thing that we do as part of evaluation. We have made it part of assessment. And that expo, when they are exposed to the entire Somaya ecosystem of 10,000 students and about 3,000 faculty and staff, they actually work very dedicatedly for this. We have multiple courses that we offer to stimulate the mindset. So not only just introducing them to entrepreneurship or design thinking kind of course, we actually have systematically built the courses which can help them figure out things on their own. So entrepreneurial finance, business valuation, etc. We have also encouraged students not only to bring their own startup ideas, but also, in B plan competitions, wherever they have participated, how can they build on to those ideas? I think in the first session, panel speaker really highlighted. But last but not the least, the impact that it can create if there is a career and conversation kind of a setup where startups from incubation centers can actually plunge in. We are yet to experiment this, but I think we are hoping that it would be a great lead in our journey. I close my session here, and I've given my coordinate details. I definitely look forward to queries and questions from this audience here. Thank you very much. I hope I finished it in time. Dr. Shibrita, are you there?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Vandana madam. In fact, you are also doing a great work like Dr. Hate is doing, right? Not only for the students, but also for the community, for the social benevolence for their development, right? And it was really fascinating and a lot of learning to listen to you and the things that you are doing, the great work that you are doing. So thank you so much. So thanks to all the panelists for this panel too. So we had Dr. Santa Indrajit speaking on hydroponics, and then Dr. Hate speaking on the skill sets that are required for startups and entrepreneurship. And finally, we had Vandana madam speaking on the things that she is doing and the team is doing at KG Somaya. So wonderful. Thank you so much. Over to you, Charmaine, to take the session forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subrata. Dr. Vandana, I just wanted to say I was actually so impressed with all of this information you gave us, and that you've got so many institutes and so many departments. It's so impressive. And when you're talking about the medical part of it, I'm actually later on today, I'm actually going to be going off to a medical campus. And I'm going to be training medical doctors actually. And it's so interesting, because we kind of like have this mindset where we think that entrepreneurship is only just about starting a business. Like when Lena spoke earlier on, the mission, the vision, the values, the entire internal and external environment. It's actually so important. Sometimes I wish that I had the ability to do a conference that's like maybe 1 or 2 weeks and bring all these experts in, because we're sitting with a world full of knowledge. The pot's actually overflowing, and there's just so much that we can share. So what we would like to do also, we would like to, if it's possible, if you can share your presentation, we want to put the presentations into a little form and actually share it with everybody, because the only way we can address unemployment in the globe is if we share knowledge. And we know that some institutions, some faculties don't want to share information. It's all about the POPI Act and all of that. But we just need to I think we need to create a world of knowledge sharing, because, this is just so important. When I look at the statistics last week, in South Africa, we've got more than 40% unemployed. almost half our population is unemployed. So how do we then churn our economics in the country? How do we turn it around? So we've got to do this knowledge sharing, these info sessions, symposiums, whatever it is. We can't. There's lots of glitches. There's lots of problems whenever you do international conferences. But the end result of sharing information is exactly what we need. And I think going forward, well, hopefully for 2025. I'm gonna definitely collaborate with your university. Thank you so much. And then I just want to say thank you to Dr. Subrata for being our session chair for this plenary. We go off now into a well-deserved lunch break, and then we come back to do the third plenary session. So we've just contacted the speakers and they're all ready. So our backup team in Indonesia, if you can just put up our break slide, we're gonna go into a very nice long break now, well deserved. We're all waiting to go and eat and have our breaks. And yeah, and we'll be back.
Are we going to stop the recording now?
Dini, if we can stop the recording, and then we're all back at 2:30 Indonesian time. And for the next panel session chair, we've got Dr. Meghna Dina Bandu, and she's, I think her time is 1 p.m. India time. So we're back at 2:30 Indonesian time. So we're going to have ourselves a nice 45-minute break for lunch.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from all across the globe. This is Meghna Bundy. I am the session chair for the next plenary session. It's indeed an honor to be a part of this global symposium. Charmaine has been very helpful and guiding all through. This is my third global symposium with her, and it's indeed a pleasure to host this session for today. Let's start with the first.
Hi, Meghna. Hi, Meghna. You introduced yourself. I'm supposed to introduce you.
Okay, the focus was on me. I thought I should start it off. Yes, over to you, Charmaine.
Okay, please put Meghna's slide up. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the third plenary session of day one. We've had a very interesting jam-packed session since this morning. So very enjoyable, and we've actually learned lots on the symposium thus far. So the third plenary session, our session chair, she's like she said, she's actually she's been with me for a few symposiums. We've been connecting for quite a long time, so she knows the whole rundown of how the symposiums work. So, Professor Meghna Dina Bandhu, she is an assistant professor, Aurora deemed to be University, Hyderabad, India. Over to you, Meghna.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. Yes, I'm Meghna Dinabandhu. I'm an assistant professor at Aurora deemed to be University, and I would be the session chair for today. We have some interesting sessions in this panel as well. So, as of now, we will start with our keynote speaker. May I have the keynote speaker slide, please? Yes. Welcome again. Welcome back to the third session, to the Global Entrepreneurship Educator Symposium. And the keynote speaker for today's session is Dr. Dmitry Borovikov. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. He is the co-founder and CEO IRSP MIPT school in Moscow. It is an institute of physics and technology. He's a keynote speaker for today's session, and he would be speaking on the entrepreneurship education and global partnerships. May I hand the session over to Dr. Dimitri, please?
Hello, everybody. It's a great honor for me being here. Thank you very much for joining me. And thank you very much for spelling correct my last name. It's very good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And I just turn on my presentation. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's start it. So my topic today is a global partnership, and I want to briefly introduce myself. I'm really a co-founder and CEO or dean of special entrepreneurial faculty on best Russian STEM university, Moscow Institute of Technology and Science. And I got different experience for last 15 years in different spheres of education, innovation, different international projects. And my faculty, which named after famous Russian billionaire, self-made billionaire, Igor Rybakov, and we work together. And our mission is empower 10 million leaders of the future who will enhance the quality of living of 1 billion people by 2015. And a little bit, I give you more information about my university. But now I have a question. Why? Why global partnership is so complicated? Why it's so difficult? History have so long time, but it's still very difficult. And my question, why? Actually, maybe everybody can have own answers, and I will try give my vision. Actually, I have only one way how we can make a real global partnership. And we see the world as a multi-platform for cooperation. How it's possible and which key principles we need for that. Actually, first of all, it's a human quality of life of each human. When we really put human in the center of any communication, collaboration, it's only way how we can be more human. And another part, I see that only way how we can collaborate between different countries, it's a way when we really respect different historical, cultural, religions, even political difference and traditions. And we really communicate like equal partners, because sometimes now the only one opinion it's a right. And if somebody thinks something another, it doesn't work. But I think that different countries have different tradition, and it's very good. And only way how we can collaborate with real value of reputation. And how we can change the world to this system. Actually, I think that only one way we can make it through people, because what's going on right now? Actually, I really see that world needs a different type of leaders, because what's going on? From one side, technology disruption. From another side, political turbulence. From another side, new economic centers like Africa, like India, like Arabic countries. They start and make more growth. And of course, right now, BRICS countries, MENA region, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, it's next global leaders, and we should understand it. And of course, leaders of the future, new quality of leaders with meta-object view, with understanding of multicultural communication, of course, with creative thinking, with emotional intelligence, and of course, the most important part of the leaders of the future, it's entrepreneurial mindset. That's why I'm really happy being together Global Entrepreneurial Education Symposium. But entrepreneurial mindset, not only for business, also for science, also for culture, also for education, actually, also for NGO sector. Everybody, we need people with entrepreneurial mindset. When you don't have enough resources, but you have a goal and you go to your future without resources right now, but without understanding how you can get any resources when you need for your business, for your project, for your initiatives. And actually, education right now have some problems, because through education right now, it's very difficult to get those leaders of the future. In any country, actually, education, it's very traditional part of the life. And actually, I really believe, from my 15 years experience, that entrepreneurs or leaders cannot be taught by regular education. It's just impossible, because entrepreneurship and leaders, it's not about teaching something. It's about real challenges. And I really believe that you can't teach any entrepreneurs or leaders. You can only put pressure on them. Only through pressure we can build new generation of entrepreneurs and real leaders of the future. It's my opinion, and I'm really happy to share it with you. And we see, and the main idea of my faculty, Igor Rybakov School of Moscow Institute of Technology inside, challenge-based leadership learning. It's a main idea, only one idea. When from one side, you find super high potential, specially selected students, in my case, from whole country, and challenges, real challenges from in different tasks around different spheres, real challenges, and put together. And through it, we really trying to build entrepreneurs with partners of network investors, corporates, startups, various different organizations. From one side, everybody needs new brains, new ideas, new people. From another side, people trying to find where they can get money or any different opportunities. Challenge-based leadership learning, I think it's only one way how we can create entrepreneurs. And of course, another part of education, and I see the future of universities, it's a global community. Community, it's about collaboration between different types of universities, organization, making different programs together. Actually, this symposium, it's a very good example of those collaboration and communication, because only through communication we can make something together with real respect and with real understanding of different types of mindset, with real respect to cultural traditions and any other differences. And that's why I want to tell you right now a little bit more about my universities, and I want to invite everybody to my place. Now I'm talking with you from Moscow, but half a year I spent in UAE, in Dubai, where we right now build a new global project. It's about collaboration between different universities. And now I want to spend my time to tell you more about my university. Maybe somebody who will listen me right now, we find any way, some way how we can collaborate and make and give real values to each other. So Moscow Institutes of Technology have 11 Nobel Prize winners. Actually, compared to China, from whole China, just 8. From one university in Russia, 11. And there are so many people who, our graduates, hold high position in the top universities and achieve superior results. You can see at least one graduate from MIPT as a professor in the top 10 universities all over the world. And the average share of MIPT grads, it's in research groups around 5%. And also we have 11 we have 11 people in Russian Forbes list. It's billionaires. And also we get 10 unicorns from our university. 10 unicorns and around 27 companies who valued more than $100 million. Also, MIPT makes successful executives and leaders in different spheres of economics, science, and business. And actually, you can see that mathematics and physics, we're also good in mathematics and physics. And in physics, we are 41 in the world, and mathematics 89. And actually, I will be happy that it will be not only my speech, but we have some time to collaborate, and maybe you will have any questions. But now I want to show you some pictures of the future campus of Moscow Institutes of Technology and Science, and I want to introduce you everybody to Moscow. You see the new campuses, it's like 8. Very nice view, I guess, and that one. And this is special for my faculty, you see. And actually, this is my contacts. You can make a picture and you can send me email and you can send me something through WhatsApp. And actually, now I will be happy have some questions or maybe some idea from you, because global partnership, it's about real communication, and I will be happy talk with you and share our ideas between each other. Thank you very much.
That was an awesome session, sir. Nice to know that you have such a wonderful work going on in your universities. I was simply amazed. 11 Nobel Prize winners from your university campus and 10 unicorns. That's a very big number from a university. Sir, from my point of view, I would like to find out as to what is the special thing that you do in the course curriculum at your university for entrepreneurship education, sir.
Actually, very good question, and I will be honest with you. If you look to the papers, nothing special, regular curriculums. But when you look deeply inside, the most important part of our educational process, it's a community, community-based learning. Everything you can find through the people. And it's the most difficult part, make a real community of entrepreneurs around any universities, because you need special vibe, you need special people, because if real entrepreneurs ready to spend some time, and it's students who are not interested, he's never come back. And also through community, you can find everything. You can find mentors, you can find ideas, you can find money, you can find everything. And the most important part of our education, it's our community, because our students, first of all, he will have 100 new contacts, 100 new people around him, but it's a special people who really can spend time, not only for find new projects where some people with money can invest. It's more about share experience, because we all human, we all people, and it's very important part of our education. And I tell you more, another part, sometimes you can spend your educational process only if you become a teacher by yourself. And in our education, in one special moment, all our students will share their experience too. And it's like a student, teacher continuous. It's like chain. And it's also very important. And sometimes it's like a different type of education. When you see that your curriculum doesn't work, sometimes it happens. When you see that now you should give another theme, another type of contact, and we can do it like that because we have freedom. And it's very special situation because usually you can't change anything. You have professors, you have curriculum, you have your schedule, and you can't do anything. But in our sphere, we can do it. Why? We have private money, we have private investors, and we don't need send any, information to president of university because we don't need government money. It's very important part. And that's why we can make everything. Community, real educational process by new type. Okay, actually it's enough for this discussion.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very good insight, sir. From my point of view as an entrepreneurship educator, it was a personal question from my end. Thank you so much for answering it so patiently. Chairman, you want to say something? Yeah.
Yes, I want to say something because what he said is so important because the curriculum is not important. It's like teaching marketing. Whether you're in South Africa, whether you're in Russia, whether you're in America, we are all using the same literature. The difference actually is going to come in the person that is imparting that knowledge to the students. So one very big challenge, Dimitri and I is going to partner sometime this year. We've got lots going on. We're still going to collaborate further. But like in a South African context, our students' academic literacy is very low. So the curriculum that we're giving them for entrepreneurship is not suiting the student at all. So that is why our students, once they go and become entrepreneurs, the first year, second year, they are actually failing in their businesses because the curriculum hasn't adapted to the country. The African continent is totally different to the Asian continent or to Russia. So that is actually so important because I've been teaching business for a long time, and literature is the same. It does not change, but the academics, the students, the environment, that changes all the time, and we need to adapt to that. Thanks, Dimitri.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful session. Yeah. Moving further, we have the next session speaker, Dr. Binod Gimiri, the assistant professor from Tribhuvan University. He wants to speak on the topic attitude of flexible work arrangements. So over to you, Dr. Binod, so that you go ahead and we do not waste much time. Thank you so much for being a part of this Global Entrepreneurship Educator Symposium. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, chairpersons, chair session, and all dignitaries. So it's me, Binod Gimiri, and talking about academics, basically. Our theme is all about employability, entrepreneurship. So in this connection, I would like to share about how academics should know about this very theme and accordingly connect the syllabus and everything with them. So with this, we just should think about both way part, academics part as well as students part as well. So in this content, I would like to share my article. May I share this article? Yeah. So, okay. So is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So topic I've chosen is the attitude that the flexible work arrangement on academics job satisfaction. So in that context, I'm linking academics and their satisfaction so that they can deliver the best. As we know that teaching freely is not all about just giving, it is all about investing. So it's not about the spending time, even though students are there, teachers are there, both are somehow investing and for the best, both way. So it's a positive sum game. So in that context, I've written one article, the attitude of flexible work arrangement on academics job satisfaction. So which is published in Journal of System and Management Science, Q3. I've got employability issues as well. So, but I have focused this in this session as a part of academia as well. So the context, I'm talking about COVID-19. So there we use flexible work arrangement. Knowingly, unknowingly, we are known about the use of technologies, and it was the only lifeline at that time that one has to use it. So in that context, we use it different way, somehow teleworking, somehow some different methods, but we connect with the people, and it was totally flexible. It was a part-time schedule. So in that context, I was curious to know about whether these things goes on for a long period of time or not. The infrastructure that we developed at that time, virtual work setup, worked a lot or not, worked for a long time or not. So in that context, I was looking for the main three issues. What impact is COVID-19 having on teaching and learning strategies? How do faculties handle the difficult situations brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic? Does the COVID-19 situations alter the psychological and work-life balance of educators? So with these questions in mind, I've gone through different literatures regarding the benefits, the applications, connections, and so many other challenges. So with this review of the literatures, I come to know about the pictures. That is what you say as a conceptual pictures, conceptual figure. So I try to test these two things, psychological balance and work-life family balance with the job satisfactions. So in that context, two hypotheses were developed, whether psychological balance effect in job satisfaction or attitude towards work-life balance effect on perception of job satisfactions. For these things to test, we have gone through methodology, and these things are there. We have tested in Tribhuvan University. It's the largest university in Nepal, 61 constituent campuses, 1,084 associate institutions, around 8,000 teaching staff members. So among them, I have tested some faculties. So it was taken in May 5 to May 2021. So within 15 days, we have collected information through the questionnaires. Before that, we have gone through the interview as well. So in interview, we have taken a pilot test within 10 faculties. So with this, we come to know something, modifications. And with that, again, we go through the large number of academics. So in total, 418 academics took part in the survey. So survey was totally cross-sectional. And we took the moment for the recognition. So we took place during the time of pandemic and emergency situation. We only asked those questions to those who have gone through that experiences. So we have used the design, descriptive and causal comparative. So male and female, 58-41% ratio is like this. So the question as a tool, we have used these tools. Flexible work arrangement, we have asked the questions like, I cannot manage the income reduction associated with fewer hours, flexible work alternatives. I'm not suited. It's all about barriers, psychological balance, whether that balance is affecting on satisfaction or not. And another is like work-life balance questions, balance my personal and social obligations, and many other questions. So with these questionnaires, we have asked questions. So in the survey, we have tested almost all the results, and we have checked validity and reliability analysis for the measurement scale. So in validity test, we have gone through KMO test, and in reliability test, we have gone through the Cronbach alpha. So with these, all the green signal from validity and reliability analysis, we gone through the analysis, and before analysis, we have got subjective information as well, as this is mixed type of information, mixed type of research, as we have collected qualitative and quantitative informations. In qualitative, we have asked some questions. So as it is, have made it through in our literatures. So with this, all these things, with all mean and everything, we come to know regression analysis. Here our model shows that 73.8% variation in the job content was attributable to the differences in FWS. This shows that what we are looking for is good fit, because it shows that 73% is the variations that is affecting on the job containment was with the work-life balance and the life type of balances. So in this, we come to know about the regressions. So in regression, one thing it's interesting, the betas that we can measure for the statistical significance, the beta values. So comparing the psychological and work-life balance output, both P values were significant, but the beta values of work-life balance was more powerful. So this shows that FWS based on work-life balance can make a big difference in the way people work. So basically, we just talk about its significance and its conclusion part. So this shows that the crisis that we have gone through is giving us the lessons that we must be prepared for every time. In emergency, what we have used, what infrastructure have used, we must have to use this technology, even in a period of routine as a usual time, we have to use, as we are doing right now. We are having global sessions with this platform. The same way, as a teacher, as a educators, we have to think about these things, because today's learning is not about just sitting and reading. It's not about that way. We have to think about the value of time as well. People have to learn, and at the same time, they have to go through the internship as well. They have to go through the practical and academic learning. There should be balance in between theory and practical guidances. So with these insights, both ways satisfaction must be sought. So in that way, implication is that everyone involved as a stakeholder in academia, they have to think about teachers. The role are very important. They must be satisfied in their job. And at the same time, the people who are learning for the educations, they must be thinking about some scope and some kind of employability in the futures. So we have to connect these things through the different mechanism. We have to connect them, their ideas, and share so many things as per the need. So there should be no routine nature of works. There should be, beyond that, we have to think about alternative way of teaching, alternative way of mentoring, alternative way of discussing. Only then we can fulfill the very goal of our society, that is employability and all about societal well-being. So in that way, I just like to conclude this session and my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinod. If anyone has any questions, they can either post it in the Q&A session. I will read it out to the speaker. Meanwhile, thank you so much, sir, for giving us an insight on the research paper that you've done as an academician. It is very interesting for us to know a new perspective and the role of all the stakeholders in the academic curriculum. I'll wait for a couple of minutes for any questions on the Q&A. I don't see any questions there. Shall we move to the next speaker? Yes.
Thank you
Going
for the
ahead,
opportunity.
thank you
Yeah,
so much, Dr. Vinod, for giving an insight on your research paper as well. Thank you so much.
most welcome. Thank you.
Going on, may I now introduce the next speaker for today, Dr. Amit Marwa. May we have the slide, please? Yes. The next session speaker is Dr. Amit Kumar Marwa. He's a professor and head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering from Acropolis Institute of Technology and Research, Indore. It's indeed an honor to have him as a part of the Global Entrepreneurship Education Symposium in Jakarta, Indonesia. Welcome, sir. You may proceed with your presentation. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Meghna. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Thanks again, Professor Meghna. And special thanks to Dr. Sharmin for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be a part of anything you do, ma'am. And thanks to Dr. Vishnu from Podomoro University, Indonesia. And a very good afternoon, India time. And good afternoon to my co-panelist, Dr. Shinu is also there, I saw. So I've been attending this symposium since morning, and I heard Rajiv sir and Vishnu ji and the minister from Indonesia also. And special thanks for post-lunch session because the numbers have dropped after lunch. And actually, I like the theme of the symposium, which is 3M, Masters, Mismatches and Misfits. Very nice. So that's why I took it in a different way. Being an entrepreneur educator myself, I dwelled into something which is what to say, I should not say a problem, but a concern here, because now in my campus, there are so many startups coming up, student startups. And being myself a co-founder of a startup, my another co-founder is from down south of India. So other than training them for entrepreneurship, it's very important to have the idea about the founder's point of view. Okay, so I'm sharing my slide here. Is it visible now there?
Yes, sir, it was a couple of minutes back.
Okay, okay, I will do it again.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, please. Yeah, now, I hope you can see. And if I am audible and visible, may I proceed
Yes,
now?
sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
thank
you're
you.
audible, visible, and your screen can be seen.
Yeah, so there is something which is troubling me since last, you can say, 1 year or so. The idea is it? So the agenda is quite simple because I've been given 20 minutes only and I will not exceed the time. So including some of the panelists and some listeners, they might be founders, co-founders of a startup. So are they unusual people? Okay, and what is that paradox? So when we see Microsoft was again co-founded by Bill Gates and Paul Allen, and everybody must have heard about them in some case studies or some review somewhere. So how they started, how things fell apart, what Mr. Bill Gates is doing now, it's everybody's knowing about that. Similarly, we have another company, Apple, which was co-founded by three brainies, I can say. And what Steve Wozniak did by selling his shares in the beginning, and there was so many literature available. If he had hold those shares, what was their worth that time, that point of time, and what is their worth now? So that is one part. And interestingly, there is another company, PayPal, which was co-founded by 6 different co-founders, and one from Ukraine, one from China, one from Poland, and other from USA. So it's a typical story. So I founded this topic, this paradox, which is beneficial to, I guess, some of my co-panelists, my co-teachers, my teachers across the globe. They founded and how it worked and did not work. One Indian company, Flipkart, it was again co-founded by Mr. Sachin and Mr. Binny Vinsel. And how they took it forward and what is the present state, everybody is aware about this. So having said that about the 4 companies and their co-founders, this is something which is very important. Okay, what happens, any idea, if you nurture them and you motivate them to be founded as a student venture or a startup later on, registered with government, there are some traits which are commonly existing. So you will normally see a normal bell-shaped curve. Some of them, I'm talking about a class in general, which I am taking here. Some of them are followers, basically. Saying them weak is not true, but they wait for some motivation. They are waiting for some things to catch upon. Maybe in their pre-final year, they get hold of something. And there are some leaders who are on the extreme right of the graph, who are always famous for something right from their first year. And when they found one startup, okay, they come together. Normally, the persons on the right side, they hire, I should say, the persons on the left side of the curve. And the traits are varying from strong to weak personalities, from brainy genius to not so genius. And most of the population in general are in middle. Okay, we follow that average trend. So as discussed in the morning session by Mr. Roy, only 5 to 10%, it's a difficult path. But if we see the founders, so when I came across this literature, I was quite assured, because the founders, when I see, not myself in general also, but all my student startups, all my contacts, so they vary. Their traits are mutually exclusive. They may do something very wisely, and on the other day, they may take a very, okay, not so good decision. And astonishingly, the distribution of the traits what founders, co-founders are having is in the form of an inverted normal curve, what you can see, because they fluctuate between both the extremes of the traits. This has led me to counsel my students and startups, and I think this can be one of the challenges in different universities also, because once the students, they pass out and maybe eventually in next 2 years they form a startup, you may be a part of the startup as a mentor or maybe a director, maybe sleeping director. But once you are mentoring them, it's very, very important to have their overall traits of all the co-founders. So why this is very important? Because every co-founder, they have a strange combination of traits, okay, which I showed in the previous slides. And some of the traits are by their nature, or you can say birth, born wise, born little weak, born introvert, like that. And some of that has been catered by the environment also, which I said, saying as nurture, where a role plays, okay, to lift them from an idea state to a startup state. And once they had founded some company, how they are behaving, that is very important. So I am talking here in terms of some mismatches or misfits as per the theme, once they have matured into a startup. Now, why this is very important now is that because it's a dilemma for a company. Once you are working for a startup, you are eyeing for an individual who is the co-founder or co-founder, and you are looking at the bunch of people who are one or two, and nothing much you can do about, depending on their traits, their nature, their decision making. On the other hand, you are working for a company, well-established company. You can have a manager or a boss, and obviously this is an interchangeable position. So it's very important to take it forward, and that's why I always advise my students to watch out. Rather, I caution them. Okay, we have mentored you, we have educated you. Now you are having some startup. Having a startup is first stage. Taking it beyond is very important. So they need to watch out. And this is my concluding slide, that either they may fall down a path where they may have a recurring collapse. Okay. Based on their decisions, whims, and fancies, they can have a up and down curve. And maybe if they are not that much progressive as a co-founders and with their team, they may end up being at a plateau level also, because everything is very good, rosy in the beginning, but we do not want them to reach a plateau. And because of the conflicts and something, if they have not founded it very well, there might be a chance of extinction. Okay, they may start, they may rise, and they may extinct. And you have, everybody knows that failure rate of startups is so high. So this is one of the reasons. And if everything is right, they can quickly take off. So it is very imperative to to factor about the traits of different founders. And as educators and all my panelists and fellow educators may agree, if we can think about nurturing them in that a way that they not only co-found a startup, but they also nurture it well throughout life for times to come. Because I've seen the case of Mr. Bansal's. Okay, they not only co-founded Flipkart, but now they are in the investing panel of so many companies. Okay, there is a lot of research and many media thing about that thing. So it's very, very important to nurture our students per se, not for just for training them for educators, giving them some activity, and after passing out, maybe they're in their college time, motivating them to have a startup with the proper idea. But how they have started that idea with the co-founders, that is also very important. So there is some misfit which I found in last 1 year, as I said. So this is very important. And how we are going to tackle it, it's going to be challenge, because right now I'm facing it. They have started well. So recurring collapse is a normal phenomena where we as entrepreneur educators are very important, and we need to pitch in at the right time. But it's my personal feeling that if we can cater to them during their nurturing state, okay, this is the idea, this we are offering, you go there, pitch for a hackathon, pitch for investors. But normally, haphazardly, they build a team and call themselves the co-founders. And this is one of the stage where we assume that they will go. And on the right side, plateau or takeoff is still okay, but the collapse and extinction we should avoid. So this is our role as entrepreneurship educator. And with this small concept or pain point, I thank everyone for having me here. And the reference here is from Mr. Peter Thiel, 0 to 1. There is one chapter there, but I had gone through so many similar concepts and thought myself to be ready for this session on this topic. Thank you once again. Professor Meghna, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's actually a real big challenge as educators for us to guide the students to the next level of entrepreneurship. And I do agree, sir, all of us are doing our bit in training them. And the students must be mindful of finding their own core team and to go ahead. And a wonderful session, sir, about the paradox. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit Kumar Marwa. It was a pleasure having you.
Hello,
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May we now move on to the next speaker, next session. That is Dr. Sheenu Jain. Can we have Sheenu Jain? Yes. Dr. Sheena Jain is an associate professor, entrepreneurship and center led in LNMIIT Center for Entrepreneurship, Jaipur. And I've heard her. I follow her on LinkedIn. I see amazing work that you're doing, ma'am. And I actually am. I always want to get connected and know more about what else can I do as an educator. Amazing work you're doing, ma'am. Welcome to the Global Entrepreneurship Educators Symposium. Over to you, ma'am, for your session on entrepreneurship. This is the pedagogical interventions in entrepreneurship education by Dr. Sheena Jain. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am. Can I be allowed to share the screen? I think somebody else is sharing, so I'm not able to share. Yeah.
Tini and team, can you somebody please just give us sharing rights?
Are you able to see my screen?
There we go. Yes.
Hello, Salamat Pyang. Good afternoon. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Sheenu from India. It's always a pleasure to be part of an entrepreneurship summit. And thank you so much, Amin, for having me here. Thank you so much for, Podomoro University, Indonesia. This is truly a global summit where people are talking from different walks of life and talking about variety of things. I was wondering, I'm one of the last or second last speaker of the day, what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk about a different experiment in terms of entrepreneurship education. We call it experiential learning or entrepreneurial learning. So I'll talk about one of those experiments that we have done here in India. We call it Maha Mandi. Basically, it's an amalgamation of different people coming together, doing a business venture and we are deriving learning out of it. So in next few minutes, I'm going to share and talk about, how we have been doing this. So I'll talk about, the changing landscape of experiential learning and then, how this experiment has been happening, what kind of methodology that I've adopted for it, and what did we learn out of this experiment. And this is one pedagogical intervention, which I feel that can be taken across the globe because that's what the time is. Today, if I go in the classroom and dwell into a lecture mode, probably the students are not interested. And as Professor Rajiv Roy was mentioning in the morning, entrepreneurship education is not like an engineering or medicine degree that you own a degree and you become that, right? It requires to carry forward that intervention. So let me just give you a brief background about what exactly is an experiential learning and why it is important. Human brain has that cognitions and, our behavioral learning approach basically follow that. So when you experience something, you have that critical reflection. When there is an active experimentation, you derive an abstract concept and you conceptualize that, and that get registered in your mind for a longer period of time. So learning by doing is always, we all have seen that, right? If you want to swim, I cannot teach you how to swim on a laptop and you will become an expert into swimming, or you cannot ride a bicycle sitting in a room, right? So you have to experience it. And similarly, today's world, the students want that pedagogical approach which make them learn by doing. Experiential learning theory is not something which is very new. It has been there for a longer period of time, right? It talks about planning and trying out what you have learned, right? It talks about reviewing and reflecting on your experience and concluding and learning from that particular experience. I was recently there in Europe, and I was amazed to see how, this foreign countries are also deriving on the concepts that we are dwelling here in India, and they are also moving toward that experiential learning theory. And of course, they've been more forward in terms of technology, and now they're imbibing technology to integrate that into theory. Now we all know that using ChatGPT now, students are much faster and smarter than all of us there. In fact, I've been trying for an experiment. We framed 1,000 questions on entrepreneurship, and ChatGPT was able to answer 972 questions correct. And I felt that I, as a teacher, have failed some. I was not able to write any, not beyond 50 questions that ChatGPT was not able to answer. Will I be replaced in the classroom? So I have to do something to change and improve my pedagogy, right? And that's what is an intervention that we wanted to deliver over a period of time. And this is again something which is not very new. Everybody knows about it. If it is a lecture, the learning retention is hardly 5%. But when you're teaching others, when you're practicing by doing, when you're doing a discussion, when you are doing a demonstration, the learning retention is much, much higher. And teaching others or practicing by doing demonstration, learning retention is almost like 75% and above. So, and this is tried and tested by various, authorities into the field. How faculty generally spend time in the classroom, I've seen lot of faculty members spending almost like 60% of them are spending time lecturing. So if you're spending 60% in lecturing and the retention ratio is 5%, what am I doing in the classroom? Does that make any sense? I think no. And that's the reason most of the students come out at times and say, I was not very interested in the classroom. But if your classes are interesting, you'll find them there in the classroom and finding out all kind of time in the world to be there in the classroom because they don't want to miss it. Why I'm talking about review of literature here, because we've been looking into it very extensively that, this is something which is new or this has been there for ages. So we looked at a lot of great psychologists, a lot of great social scientists who've experimented into it, right from the Kolb's learning cycle to, Bird, Walker, Devesey, a lot of these people who have worked into this area. We looked into it and we realized that over a period of time, this has improved. Okay, I'm talking about this experiment. We used it on, students. We took a group of 180 students, which was a combination of male and female. And they were, in the age group of 20 to 23 years. What we wanted to do was field-based experiment design. And we used, qualitative research using thematic analysis. So we called it Mahamandi. We had a typical stress on knowing and doing, almost like they worked hard for 2 months before actually organizing that Monday. And then there was 2 days of event, which was like a workshop, field sales, and they had a lot of fun. And 180 students were actually divided into 30 groups. These were all 30 organized focus groups. We also reached out to like 2-3 NGOs who wanted to sell their merchandise. So students have a real-time product when they go out in the market to sell, right? And, we gave each groups like 5,000 rupees merchandise to sell in 6 hours, right? So what kind of process we followed? First, we looked at actually our program curriculum, the program level objectives. And there we find that we already have in program level objectives. And you'll find that most of the education institute across the globe follow the AACSB guidelines, which talks about you should have an PLO called entrepreneurial mindset. And that mindset is the thing. I think any student in the country, whether you want to become an entrepreneur or not, you need to have that entrepreneurial mindset. Right. So we looked at that and then we identified which are the courses which can be actually embedded to do this experiment. Then we realized entrepreneurship, of course, is the right choice. And then, sales management and business development was another curriculum in our management program. So we imbibed and put them together. Then we put it forward to the area advisory committee. And then we made a presentation to the faculty council and then, post-concept approval faculty team derived a detailed brief plan. Then we reached out to our ESL students on the concept because we wanted to execute it very well. 180 students, 30 team, and we're giving them a product worth 1,50,000 to sail out in the market for 6 months of time. So there was a lot of pre-work which was required from the faculty coordinators and ESL team, right? So we gone into all that. We designed the concept. We made audiovisual presentations. We designed an assessment, and we did the collaboration with NGO. So it was a long step process. There was a lot of time and effort which is gone. Lecture mode, only I as a faculty need to prepare. But when you do such kind of pedagogical intervention, of course, you need to take your colleagues around and, do the things together. Then the next step, we thought of doing an experiment briefing to students with assessment indicators. We did the product distribution to teams and they work on their marketing mix. So here we are imbibing the concept. It's not that I'm saying that, please avoid the concepts. Of course, as I said in the first place, knowing and doing, concepts are important. Students keep avoiding it. So we had complete focus on concept, but we were teaching concepts in a very, different way. Then we did the they got some assignments to be done. They completed those assignments. Then the next step was to, go on the selling process and entrepreneurial mindset workshop. And then they went into the field for 6 hours. Believe me, all 180 students I've seen talking. Otherwise, that doesn't happen in a classroom. Have you ever heard a class where all 180 of them are excited and encouraged all the time to talk? I have not seen in my 20 years of career. But when you do something like this, all of them want time to speak. They want to share their experience. They want to talk about what has happened. And then we did the compilation of sales proceeds, debriefing and experience sharing. And we had complete development plan and assignment. And this 1,50,000 in 6 hours of time by these 130 people got converted into over 12 lakhs. That was a huge amount. And the learning was immense, impeccable. This is some glance of the experiment that they had, how they moved around, how they did, variety of things, and just sharing that here. So the whole objective of this experiment was that, you learn, you sell. You again learn, you save, right? So to learn and apply the basic steps in the selling process, right? How do you pre-sale, how to do the preparation, prospecting, approach to the customer, sales presentation, handling objections. It's all real-time field experience, right? In fact, very recently, Ministry of Education has reached out and we're doing the same experiment for, 20 schools in Rajasthan, which is like PM Shri schools, and they are implementing the particular model. So, that's the approach I'm looking for, that, any pedagogical intervention that you follow get carried out to, more number of people and the information get disseminated. And that gives you a very much positive vibrancy that, you're able to deliver the concept. People from different walks of life feel that, oh, this is something I can also go about it. And what they learn, and you see the results coming in. In fact, I remember that when we started this initiative, we used to have this called elimination cell. Anybody who does not get entry into any other places, they used to be part of these entrepreneurship endeavor. They used to say that we got eliminated from everywhere else. And after these interventions, I've seen these are the first people to get placed on campus. These are the more sought after guys. And in fact, a lot of time they come back and say, because of these pedagogical interventions, their interviews have always been derived around what we have been talking about. So, and they become better individuals. They're doing better in their career trajectories. I've been tracking some of their career trajectories as well. So that gives you an immense satisfaction as a facilitator that, whatever interventions that you're doing has become an experiment. And this experiment, we are about to, this is into the final round of review at IB, and we are getting it published. So, that's how that works. So this talks about, how we divided it into the different phases, where we had questionnaires, where we have focus group discussions, where we have stories, and we did not leave it there. Any experiment, which is fun-based experiment, should always have a debrief and post facto evaluations as well. Otherwise, many times students just do it as an experiment, and or they get indulged into fun, and the basic thing gets carried away. This started long back at Stanford as a $5 experiment, and of course we have modified it over a period of time here in India according to our context. We evaluated students on different parameters. And if you look at some of the experiments that's coming from students, like enjoyable experience, great learning experience, we are able to relate with few theoretical concepts of management. It improved my ability to work in teams, more live activities to happen as part of course. Learning by this method is more effective than case studies and simulation, can tackle similar situations in future. It facilitates overall personality development that a lot of students are talking about. Students say that we'll recommend this methodology for others. My perspective of learning theory is absolutely changed. It was worthwhile investing time. A lot of people said it had a long-term impact on my life. It taught me to deal with ambiguity, expose me to tasks with uncertain outcomes. And that's what entrepreneurship is all about, right? If you're able to even give them that food for thought, that's what you look for at the end of the day. It provided an opportunity to do things way without conforming to class structure, could show my capabilities as an individual. I was able to shine even within my team, and it enhanced my level of confidence. So these are some of the points that, that come out after the focus discussion with the students. So, I used to call it like journey of anxiety to journey of wow experience. Pre-Monday, a lot of people had self-doubt, which become actually a self-confidence, self-realization. It gave them a moral booster. Bookish knowledge about selling actually become a practical implementation of selling. Sharing trouble, starting troubles have become actually a shooting trouble. It involves strategizing and choosing easy targets initially, and then they build on it. Because, when they were reaching out to customers, they realized that not everybody is acceptable. So they learned how to deal with people. They had group anxiety, which become actually a group cohesion. They learned to work in teams. They had networking anxiety, which become actually a comfort for them. Can't accept no to learned objection handling. These are all important life skills that they learn during the process. I can't do approach become I can do. And selling low steam become actually selling can be an exciting career. So that drastic change that when we saw with that experiment, now we have been successfully doing it continuously. And, all these things have emerged as an important pattern and learning outcomes. So right from the, soft skills, entrepreneurial skills, patience, understanding the marketing concept, self-awareness, doing a pitch, influencing, negotiation skills, all these convincing and persuasive skills, all that has become an emerging pattern. So we have changed and adopted this pedagogy, and we have included now not just 2 courses, multiple courses, multiple facilitators coming together and teaching the concepts. And for teachers also, the life becomes fun because you don't want to do the same way of teaching every class, right? And it's truly an outcome-based learning. And we also ask them to get into more detail into that, and happily I'm seeing that a lot of students come back with these areas. So choices are ours. What will you choose to do? You would like to go the other way, or you would like to go that way, this way? We leave it on them. But then, yes, the sky is limit. There are a lot of opportunities, and I feel as a facilitator, we need to keep evolving. Thank you. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Amazing work, Dr. Shinu. Lovely to know about Mahamandi. And I like the tagline that you gave, Seekho, Becho, Bech ke Seekho. Yeah, very catchy for the students of Gen Z, I can say. Yes, I do believe that entrepreneurship teaching and, as educators, we have also evolved. We are no more those teachers where they teach on the chalk and board kind of a methodology. We are doing a lot of experimenting with our teaching. And I think when when they do this experimenting and that experiential learning, there's a lot that they can learn. It's not just about entrepreneurship. They're learning the concepts of marketing, sales, promotion, and everything under one roof and with one basic and big activity. And there's a lot of enthusiasm in the campus, actually. As educators, we enjoy that kind of enthusiasm when we see our students being actively participating in the events. Thank you, Shinu, for sharing that insight. And I think I will do something on these lines, and I will definitely get in touch with you for more
Anything.
things.
Shall be more than happy to join hands.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Shinu. With that, we come to the last speaker for the day, that is Srini. May we have Mr. Srini's slide, please? I hope sir has joined us. Any of the participants would like to ask any questions to the panelists can just post a question in the Q&A session so that I can read it out to the panelist. Yes. The next speaker for the session is Mr. Srini Dokka, who is the Vice President, Global Business from Dubai. We have today mixture of all different speakers from across the globe. We had the keynote speaker from Moscow. We had insights from South Africa. We have our organizer from South Africa. We have different regions in India giving their insights. And the final speaker for today is Mr. Srini Dokka, who is giving us an insight about the entrepreneurship ecosystem, hoping to learn something new today. Over to you, Srini. Are you there in the session? Is Mr. Srini in the session?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Srini, over to you. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah.
May I request the organizer to turn on his video as well? Over
Can
to you,
you,
Mr. Srini.
yeah, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present about the startup ecosystem. Let me introduce myself. My name is Srini Dokka. I'm working for a company called MSB Docs as a global sales head operating from Dubai. We are an electronic and digital signature company. So I just today I'm presenting about the startup ecosystem. See, most of us, we know many youngsters always want to dream about themselves as to be an entrepreneur. But there are many challenges what they face during their. Can you see my video? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can see
Yeah,
the
okay.
video.
Okay. So basically most of the people, I would say I was also an entrepreneur when I finished my master's degree and then started a small startup. So the basic idea was want to be an entrepreneur because I can take care of myself first as an entrepreneur, plus I could create some employment to the people. So that was the basic idea when I started the startup. But eventually, I faced a lot of challenges because being a first generation entrepreneur, there was a lot of challenges I faced because it's not that easy to be an entrepreneur because you need to have an experience in managing your customers, managing your finances, managing your investments. So everything you need to manage yourself alone when you start up without any experience. So today we talk about many organizations where we heard about their success stories of being a unicorns, right?
Thanks, Ramachandra.
But the entire ecosystem is not just by the first generation entrepreneurs. We see a very success of the first generation entrepreneurs is very limited, but the second and third generation entrepreneurs override on the first generation entrepreneurs experience and then become successful.
Okay, the key components of a startup ecosystem is founders and entrepreneurs, investors and funders, and support organizations. See, the most of the times when we see when we become the founders and entrepreneurs, and then we look for the angel investors to invest in our venture, the angel investors would look at our profile, like whether these guys have any previous experience in handling the business, or have they worked in the similar industry earlier. If they worked, how many years of work experience they have. These actually system, this the entire thing would make them uh, confident in investing in our venture. I just want to take an example of myself. I just mentioned that I was an entrepreneur, but it wasn't a failure venture. So then I just quit and then moved on to employment, and then worked for almost 20 years now. And then now I just started another venture with one of my friends. Now, with my 20 years of experience and plus 6 years of an entrepreneur experience, today I could able to raise capital from the angel investors easily, because they have seen my 26 years of industry experience, right? And then they thought, okay, this guy has experience in the industry. He can deliver the results, and our investment is safe. So that is the reason they have trust in me, and they've started funding me. So similarly, whenever the young entrepreneurs thinking of starting their own ventures, I always recommend them to just at least 4 to 5 years work in various capacities in the different companies to understand the market dynamics, and then probably they can venture so that it would be successful venture. And comparatively, I would say around 15, 20 years ago, the support organizations a lot these days. All IIMs in India are providing the incubations. In fact, the current office where I'm sitting, it's called STPI, Software Technology Parks of India. They also have the incubation centers all over India for the startups with very subsidized prices. So world over, many countries and the governments are supporting a lot of infrastructural support to the new entrepreneurs for the startups. And then like it's like a co-working spaces and all. So these are the new support system which has emerged a lot, which will help the new entrepreneurs a lot in setting up their businesses. See, there is I would say the debate about the venture capitalists and the angel investors. Sometimes it's very good to have them. Sometimes, if we can manage with our own fund, can pull out from family money to start to come out to the stage, and then if we can get support of the angel investors, that's a good idea. The reason being is anyone who's investing in a startup, they would expect a lot of returns, because it's risking their money without having any collateral guarantees at all. So and most of the angel investors would in fact, the typical discussion starts from exit. They even understand, before understanding the project, before understanding the kind of business model, just they will start from the back, which is exit model. They would ask the first question: how do you guarantee us the exit model, whether you want to go for an IPO or you would like to buy back the shares at a premium price? Based on that, they would start the discussions and then come to the first stage. Okay, they look at the product, they look at the market, they do all their due diligence later. So in that case, what it happens is, if an entrepreneur does not have any experience on these kind of things, probably they might end up losing, and then eventually they might lose their interest in their venture, and then they could end up going in losses. So, in fact, we just read a lot of news about the new startups all over India, or rather across the globe. We hear every year 100,000 plus 200,000 new startups will be coming in. But how many are really successful, or how many able to sustain for a longer period of maybe 4 years or 5 years? Very minimal. The reasons just mentioned, maybe the lack of experience, or maybe does not have the proper negotiating capacity with the venture capitalist firms or the angel investors. They are very important, but still the entrepreneurs need to have the capacity to negotiate properly with them. Then only they could able to bring the investments properly and then utilize the investments properly. And then the role of incubators and accelerators. Okay, these days, I just mentioned like the incubators are playing a vital role thanks to the various governments which they are supporting the young entrepreneurs by providing the infrastructure facilities. Because like when you start up when you plan to start up any venture, so you need to have first is the infrastructure. Like maybe if it is an IT company, you need to have a proper infrastructure facility. If you don't have a proper infrastructure, the people might not visit you or give you business. Those days have gone where people used to say we have started our business in a garage, which no more garages are there. So people don't believe if you start a business in a garage and then you give them a good idea, probably I would say like might not accept, majority they might not accept. So for that reason, you need to have a proper incubation facility. In fact, I know many products which have taken the incubation from IITs in India, which is IIT Madras or IIT Mumbai or IIT Kharagpur. They have started not only the incubation centers, and the IIT professors also doing a lot of mentoring and guiding the companies. For example, if it is in fact, I know one company, they are into AI and robotics. So this company is incubated of IIT Madras, and the IIT professors are helping the management in proper guidance in developing a lot of prototype products through them, and then they are promoting. In fact, they are putting a lot of efforts in promoting the product at the various educational institutes because it provides a lot of edtech. So in a way, this is one of the, I would say, the blessing in disguise for the young entrepreneurs. These are maybe at least last 7-8 years, this has been coming in. And then comes the networking opportunities, because a network is a key and vital these days to promote your product, promote your company to the world, to tell, yes, we are coming with the so-and-so product or the so-and-so idea. So this networking will help them in getting the potential buyers or connecting to the various markets internationally. So these incubations also help in providing the network events or network businesses all these days. And then structured programs. In fact, these days, a lot of industry experts are also conducting events exclusively for the entrepreneurs to talk about the product, the ideas, and they're also supporting a lot, which was not much earlier. I would say very few large industrial houses used to do, but these days, most of the industrial houses are doing it. And then the fostering entrepreneur, culture and talent. It's generally like what it happens is education and training, mentorship and networking, innovation and experimentation, celebrating success. So these are the basic point. In fact, a couple of points I've already mentioned in my previous thing. Education and training, which is very critical for an entrepreneur. Most of the time it happens like whatever idea I have, probably that idea might be liked by many or might not liked by many. So how I can polish my ideas, how I can improvise my idea. Probably today I might be coming with AI. Everyone might be talking about AI today. But if I bring a slight changes to my product or the way it has to be presented to the market, if I could able to change my idea slightly and then bring it out in a way, so it has got an acceptance in the market. So that is very important. So that comes with the education and then the training program, which is being conducted by various industrial houses. So that need to be attended by the people. And then innovation and experimentation. Any product need to be innovated, upgraded frequently. It doesn't mean that every day or every 6 months, every quarter, at least once in 2 years. Need to understand the market dynamics, the customer needs, and then product need to be upgraded as per the customer requirements. Just for example, when SAP has started long time back, the product was limited to few large enterprise houses. But today, if you see, they have come out with they are talking about S4 HANA. So the journey from the product may be 3.0 or 2.0, whichever they started. In this last 35, 40 years, the product has evolved to an extent that it's today it can be adopted by a small, medium enterprise also, along with the large enterprises. So they're bringing out the best practices, which helps the organizations to take up the best practices and then improvise their business processes. So which is very important. If you feel like innovation was not there, probably it have become another barn, or we have seen like JD Edwards, which have been faded away when they acquired by Oracle. It's a different story. But the products have lost their markets in the today's world. So the innovation is very important. And then mentorship, I just mentioned about mentorship and networking, which is very critical these days. Because until unless people talk about our product, understand our ideas, so it cannot be successful. And the most important thing is the success. Celebrating success is very important, but also has to keep our head low and then keep innovating ourselves and growing the market expansion slowly to the various industrial markets or the geographies. Okay, and then collaboration between startups and the corporates. Today, for example, large IT firms today, or you can call big fives of the world, they're also supporting a lot of startups, and they're ready to listen to the young entrepreneurs about the basic ideas. And if the product and the idea is good, they're ready to support them with the partnerships. For example, like I just take my product itself. So when we started our company, we started with a product development to Pfizer, which is a pharmaceutical company. So they have asked us to develop a 21 CFR Part 11, which is exclusive for the formulation companies, or drug discovery companies, or the vaccine development companies. So the idea was initially to sell the product to only Pfizer for their research and development for the clinical trials. But over a period of time, we understood that this is a demand for the requirement of all the pharmaceutical and life sciences companies across the globe. And we have expanded our product to all clinical trial companies. And today I would say proudly, like we have 27,000 plus customers using our product globally. So that was the partnership what we had with Pfizer around 20 years ago. So that is the innovation which today, like most of the companies are talking about. All right. And then the market access. It's not just the product development. You need to have a proper market access to establish your product. Okay, so that is also very important. And then knowledge transfer. So whatever we learn or whatever we develop the product, so we need to do a knowledge transfer to the next generations, so they can also add their ideas to it, and then probably can get the best products in the market. And then the last thing, which is very important, regulatory environment and government support. I would say the favorable regulations, which was not there, rather the governments not supported much the way they are supporting today. So it was a very limited support which they used to give them earlier. But now the governments have understood that as they cannot provide employment opportunities to the youngsters, so if they could support the young entrepreneurs, so they can create employment for themselves as well as for the others. Let's assume there are 10,000 startups coming in a year, and each startup is giving 3 or 4 opportunities, employment creation, that comes to 30, 40,000 in a year. So which is a big revenue generation to the government as well. And they are also protecting the IP, which again, these days they are strictly supporting the entrepreneurs by giving the intellectual property rights protection, and they're also supporting with the fundraising. In fact, I just want to quote an example here. Government of India is giving 20 lakhs, which is close to $50,000 as a seed capital, which is of no interest. It's just a support to the young entrepreneurs with the unique technology or unique idea they come out with. They're giving the support of 20, which is $50,000 as a seed capital. Plus, they are also giving a grant of around $100,000 to $1 million with a low interest rates, which actually helps a lot to the young entrepreneurs because the fund is very critical and important to them. And the same way, there are many agencies also supporting the young entrepreneurs with the lot of fundraising things and all. And then tax incentives, I just mentioned like the concept of SEZ, which is called Special Economic Zones. And then the initial start was STPI, Software Technology Parks of India. So they are giving all tax benefits to the young entrepreneurs or the which they set up their offices in these special economic zones or the STPIs by giving the subsidies in their infrastructure, tax benefits, and then also providing the provident fund support also. For example, if I have to pay a 5% contribution to the employee towards the provident fund, so they're also giving 1 month support to the young small companies with less than 20 employees. So 1 month the government would support from their side. So that helps a lot to the entrepreneurs in contribution for that. And then sorry. And then R&D, the research and development funding. Yes, many companies are providing like. Okay.
I'm sorry to disturb in between. If we wind up at the earliest.
Yeah, just one more slide. That's it. Good to go
Okay,
there.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So, and the research and development funding, particularly if you see the clinical trials, the large enterprises like Icon or Roche or Pfizer, they support a lot of independent clinical research companies or maybe group of clinical research companies by providing all technical, financial, infrastructural support. And after that, they also buy back their the ideas at a premium price. So that is also there. And then even government's also helping a lot in the R&D funding. And then public procurement. See, if you know that there is a portal which has been started by government of it, it's called GEM portal, which specifically for the MSME and MSMEs, where they have given the complete help to the small companies by waiving of the bid securities, the tender application money, and then they are also told all the companies who are utilize the services of these companies need to pay within 45 days of the invoice raising. So these are all supports which government is helping a lot. I would say it's not enough, but still, at least compared to the previous, the governments are supporting a lot these days. Okay, and then challenges and opportunities in the startup ecosystem. The first important is the competition, and then the talent acquisition is then again challenge because like many people won't risk their career in joining in a startup because they have an apprehension that probably if company closes, what would be my career and all. So there are challenges, yes, in talent acquisition, and then scale and growth. Until unless there is a proper mentorship is there, the scale and growth becoming a challenge. And then disruption in the rapid technology these days, like if you see the UPI, which is in fact has shattered the entire banking system in India. And today it's, I would say 90% or rather 98% of the people are using the UPI. So which is again, a disruption. So probably need to address that and need to face that. Okay, I just end up presentation. If any question and answer, any questions, please go ahead and I can able to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srini, for that insight from the industry. Most of us are academicians and we always appreciate an industry perspective in building up the entrepreneurship ecosystem. This was the last session. I'm the speaker for the day. I do not see any questions in the Q&A. So I would like to end this session unless the organizers have something else. So today we had in my plenary session, we had different speakers from across the globe. We had our keynote speaker from Moscow, Dr. Dimitri. We had Dr. Binod, Dr. Amit, Dr. Shinu Jain, and Mr. Srini from Dubai, giving us various perspectives on entrepreneurship ecosystem, pedagogy of teaching, and so many other aspects of entrepreneurship teaching and learning. It was really, really insightful. I would like to thank the organizers of Podomoro University, Indonesia, and Charmaine for providing me this opportunity for being the session chair for the evening. And over to you, the organizers. I think we are at the end of this session and we shall meet again tomorrow for the next day. Thank you all the session speakers and keynote speakers for giving your insights in our Global Entrepreneurship Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That's it for today. See you all tomorrow morning for the inaugural, for the first session.